Aloha kako, mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Kaui. Alameda.
Oh, you take this.
There you go.
Okay. Before we start, can we just have like a silence? We have this thing where you leave all your stuff that you would bring outside. Please. And listen with understanding everybody's mana'o that's going to be put forth today. Left, right, up, down. No. Be thoughtful, be kind. Ipule kako. Au hea oe ke akua mana loa ki iki o kalani. Ke noho pume mako i ke ia la, no ke ia halavai o ka HHC. I malama o ko ia mako pakahi. Commission, ke Aupuni Hawaii, DHHL, na staff, na po e hele mai ke ia la. Nui ke aloha i ke kahi, hawi mai ia mako ke na. E hawe mai ia mako ke ia la na pula pula noho ma ke ia wahi a me na poe noho makahale i kunana ma ke kiwi wikio. Nui na mea akako e kamilipu i ke ia la ma ke ia hokele ma lalo ka inoa o kamehameha. He ali'i no ia. A e ho'opo mai ka i ka Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920, amended 1921. No ka mea, na ka koa pau, lilo ke kuleana, e hāpai i ke kahi, ka mea no'o, ka mea ho'oholo, na mea na alakai na beneficiary associations, a me na po'e noho maka aina, aloha. Me ka manapono e kunei mako, me ka mahalo, no ke ia la, i hiki a kako ke holomua, kako. No nā mea a pau e kunei na kupuna lani, na kupuna noho ma ko mako mau ho'ohiwi. Kani ka leo i loko o ko mako mau pepe au, i hiki a kako, ke ho'o mau popo na mea a kako e haawia i ke ia la. Me ka mana o kuno, mahalo nui, amene.
Mahalo. Okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at the King Kamehameha Kona Beach Resort, 75-5660 Palani Road, Kailua Kona. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Today's date is Monday, May 18, 2026. The time is 9:45. Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa is excused. Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu'o is joining us by Zoom. I saw her there. Okay, she'll be joining us shortly. Okay, she's on there. 1 second. Commissioner Ornelas
Ew.
and Chair Watson.
Here.
We have 8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, approval of agenda. Today's meeting will start with public testimony. The commission will recess at noon to address a contested case hearing request and have lunch. And then tonight's community meeting will be held here at the hotel starting at 6:30 p.m. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or comments for the April 2020 and 21st, 2026 Commission meeting minutes? Okay, get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, no testimony, next. Okay, we'll start with the consent agenda, items D2 to D21 and items E1 to E5. Juan Garcia for the D items.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
And Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. Good to be here with you again this morning. Agenda items D2 to D9 has to do with application and lessee transaction. These are the typical consent agenda items that we come every month to seek your approval. D10 to D13 are commission designation of successors. These are successorship whereby there was no valid successors. So we went public notice. Claimants came forward, and we're asking you to name those respective claimants that came forward. D14 is a cancellation of lease. Again, this is a situation where the lessee did not have a valid successor. Hence, we published a notice. Unfortunately, for this case, lease number 7999, no qualified successor came forward. So we're recommending cancellation of the lease. D15, D16, and D17, these previously came before you as a commission designation via public notice. We are requesting for your approval to extend the deadline that this commission set to allow the successor to continue the successorship process. D19 and D20, D21 are additional commission designation by way of public notice. Again, we're seeking your approval for the consent agenda items D2 to D21.
Any questions, Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioner.
Aloha. Just a quick question on the D14. You said there were no qualified, but were there anyone that did submit interest?
No claim was received.
None was received by
None
the
was received.
department.
We went
Okay.
through the public notice process. Unfortunately, no qualified successor came forward.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Not, is there a motion to approve? Oh, okay,
Lawyers.
we're gonna finish the D items, right?
The E items are also on the consent agenda.
We can do that after though. We gotta include them all.
So
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Just to add. Not through each and every piece of work that we've done, so that's why this is that agenda. 3 of them, items E1. I'm using 4 of them, E1, E3, E4, and E5 are 7 leases for residential awards, and E2 is for a lease for ag lot award. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on those, E1 to E5? Just moving the awards forward, residential lease awards, project lease awards. Okay, if no questions, is there a motion?
Move. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you.
Mahalo,
gentlemen.
Commissioners.
Okay, next, item C1, approval to amend the Homes Commission schedule. We're gonna add a June 12th budget workshop. Then we're moving the July meeting to July 27th and 28th because there's, I guess, a seminar or
So
Oh.
it's the-
convention of the Hawaiian Council. Okay, any questions on that? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, the next item, F1. Approval to issue extension of lease term, General Lease 175 involving Nelson Regal Revocable Living Trust in Kie, Hana.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Linda Chin for Land Management Division. Frank Hall is away on the mainland on a conference. Oh, sorry. Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay. So LMD has 8 submittal this month, 7 for action, 1 is for information only. Item number F1, we're asking Commission's approval to grant a 10-year lease extension for General Lease number 175 to Nelson Regal Revocable Living Trust. The project is located at in Hilo, Kainahana 1 Industrial Subdivision, and is from a 55 to a maximum 65-year term, and subject to all the conditions as listed.
Okay, are there any questions on this F1 item?
So this lease that we didn't take it with the rest of the general leases that went for extension is because the property, there was some deficiency that we had to follow up, clean up. So we've been following very closely with Mr. Regal, and we approved of his cleanup. So we bring this back to the commission for the 10-year extension for him.
Oh, okay, good. So he finally got the message. Huh?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
good.
Yeah, Diane has been there every month to make sure that
Good,
clean
good.
up. Yes.
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
There's a question.
Yeah, quick question.
Okay, Commissioner.
Is Mr. Rego using this property for
That's for his own business. Yeah, his manufacturing business.
manufacturing?
Yeah, so he has a lot of junk that he left over from his business. So we telling him you need to take them back, clean up the vegetation, the drainage ditch and all that. So he finally did after 4 months. Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item, F2.
Item number F2, we're asking the commission to grant its approval to the affirmation of its decision of January 2021-26 under agenda item number F2 to remove Pane'ewa Community Alliance as a co-licensee and recognize Pane'ewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association as the sole licensee of license agreement number 788 and deem the amendment to be fully executed without the signature of a representative of Pane'ewa Community Alliance, subject to the conditions.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move. I got a question.
I have a question.
Okay, question,
Shaylee?
Commissioner Ornelas?
Is there anyone here for this agenda item?
We have Kawi for PHLCA here. We have not heard from the PCA, Pane'ewa Community Alliance. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And just for your information, the document was sent after January approval. There's no return documents. We sent it twice after that and still no response. So, and then PHLCA needs to move on with the project. So we are coming up in front of you guys to ask that, affirm that the removal is firm. And even though he didn't sign on the amendment document, is considered executed.
Any other questions?
Yep.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Linda. So just to clarify for me, the commission already approved taking PCA off previous meeting, but we're going above and beyond the extra mile to reaffirm and affirm that we're taking PCA off.
Well, affirm that the action was taken in January and also authorize that the document, the amendment document removing PCA as a co-licensee is effective without his signature.
Okay, so we're going above and beyond then. I mean, the last decision was done, take them off, but we're going above and beyond. Appreciate your,
We just want to make sure that it's 100% that PHHLCA can move forward with their project,
Okay,
right?
thank you.
You want to say a few?
Yes, please. Since I came into this position in 2019, I've been dealing with the land management division. And I was told that the reason why they were being discussed about the signing of the Kamoleao project was because in 2015, they were placed, no, actually 2012, when Kamoleao, the new leadership in PHHLCA was asked the department to place them as their nonprofit on as co-licensee, like it was done with PHHLCA and Ha'ola in 1995 under my leadership. And at that time, I tried to let the staff know that it shouldn't have been written that way because the situation in 1995 was very different than what they were doing, executing in 2012. But the department went ahead and let it happen. And then it came down to now, getting the approval to remove them. Well, in 2023, the PHHLCA recognized them as a third party. The nonprofit is a third party. And that the beneficiary associations, no one can interfere in our business as association. And that was part of the problem when how many months went by with under Isla as well as Kali. And I'm so thankful that Kali, you resolved that issue. But it comes back today. In December, I was told I would have it. I would have the hard copy without them there because it was already noted that PCA was already, we fired them. Okay, and so I was promised in December 2025, but I kept my patience, and in 2025, the commission approved it. I was promised I would get this in January, I didn't. Then I got a letter stating that, a letter that was posted to PCA as well as PHHLCA, and I questioned that with the staff. Why were they receiving this pala? Because quite frankly, they were off already considering the decisions that was made in 2025, that we fired them. The commission recognized that, and all we had to do was wait for them to tell us on paper that we were able to execute Kamoleao as sole recipient. That was the question. It wasn't really removing them because they were already removed, as I explained to the staff. My problem that I have is that for 8 years, I've been dealing with this management problem of memorandum of agreements, of passage of by the commission regarding our assets of our community as the sovereign beneficiary. And I am again thankful to the commission that we did that. So please pardon me when I got the letter stating that we had to sign this thing, and I said, well, why don't they sign it first? Because we've been dealing with this with them all this time, and then like the response from the staff basically was, well, because they're on as co-licensee. So I said, okay, so let's move on. Let's move on, and I signed it. In fact, we were given 5 notices via email to sign the form. And at the end of February 28th, I guess, was supposed to be that it was supposed to have been done. And my question has always been, what if they don't sign? And this is what we come to today. Me waiting December, January, February, March, April. I'm going to appear, this thing's going to appear for an affirmation of the approval. Please pardon me when I'm over here coming 100 miles from Panaeva to come here again. I am tired of being tired. Please, I'm tired of being angry. I'm tired of being used. Because it starts with the pala coming from the staff. And you expect me to come here and trust that I'm going to have the hard copy now? I expected to walk out of here today with the hard copy. Am I going to get the copy today?
Not today, sorry. But it will be
Excuse
mailed to
me,
you.
stop. When am I going to get it, commissioners?
Once
We said we were going to get
Sorry,
it December,
sorry.
January, February,
Sorry.
March.
We're moving forward. Let's go. Okay.
I
Goes
heard that
both ways.
before. I
Goes
heard
both
that before.
ways.
I have
How long
stopped
have
my
you had that
projects because
property?
I cannot move on.
Well, how long have you had that property? Since 2012? What's there?
Wait,
Is
excuse
there
me,
a
who
forest there?
had the property?
You've had that.
I had that property since 1995.
We've just given you a grant. We're giving you the freedom to move forward. Let's see what you can do, okay? Rather than belaboring the point of all these delays, let's just move forward.
That
okay?
was not a grant.
You did get a grant. You just got a grant, didn't you? To move forward on the development?
There we go. It's like, no, I didn't get a grant.
Didn't we give her a grant?
I'm not sure if Gigi gave, but.
Yeah, I
but
thought we-
she's
I was
getting-
told by the staff that wasn't a grant,
she's
What was it, a
getting
loan?
Community benefit from YK Center, yes.
Right, okay.
which is not a grant.
Let's move forward, okay, Kali? You can belabor the point, you can start blasting my staff. I don't appreciate that, okay? We're working with you, trying to move forward.
Just saying
We're
right,
moving forward.
you know what? I deserve right now to be at this point, letting the commission know I am holding back a lot of ness. I've
Let's
been
move
patient.
on. Let's
I've
put
been
that in the back burner and let's
Now
move
I
forward.
come here again. with the
We'll
projects-
expedite. I'll sign it. I'll get that thing to you so you can move forward, Kali, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
Chair. Yeah, Kawilani. Listen, as long as I've been on the commission, I've been in this with you and I understand what you're going through. I go through the same thing, trying to help out. But like Chair says, we're moving forward. Let's concentrate. The real work is ahead of
Yeah.
HLCA now.
And we'll provide you some assistance with that, however we can, if the infrastructure, if there's some projects that you kind of want to move forward, we're working with others to provide grants as well as matching funds. We're there to help move this project forward. It's in a great location. Way back when you first came to me over 20 years ago, I felt, yeah, this is a great opportunity for the community, but it's still sitting there. So let's see if we can get something going on it. And we will provide whatever support, additional support we can to make that a reality. I've seen all these pretty pictures that you put together, different developments and different parts to it. It looks great, but it's still, all I see is a forest over there. And I'd like to see, kupuna housing, maybe a resource center, all kind of good stuff. We'll help you on that. We'll help provide some backbone infrastructure like we did with some of the other projects in Waimea, as well as on Oahu, the Nanakuli Village Center. There's a lot of good projects out there as a result of certain leadership. And so we look forward to working with you, Kawi, okay? But if you're going to sit here and blast my staff, that's not happening. Whatever we can do to help move it forward, we will do.
I've been very, very patient. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And 8 years is a lot.
let's move forward.
I have been trying to move forward. I've been
We're
trying to
moving
be
forward.
compliant legally by getting
Approval.
insurance, all of these things. I've even got a grant from the Department of Ag. I've been moving,
Okay.
but it's like,
Okay.
I have to stop because I don't have the pala from you
We'll-
folks. So if
we'll
you
get
promise
that.
me,
I'll sign
when
it.
am I gonna have it?
I'll sign it this week. We'll get it to you. Okay? Linda, make sure we get it out. We'll crank.
Mahalo.
You're welcome. Okay, is any other comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I second the motion.
Okay, you wanted to say something else? Jalen? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Next item.
Item number F3, we're asking Commission's approval to renew all the North and West Hawaii Island revocable permits listed on Exhibit A. The annual renewal shall be on a month-to-month basis for up to 12 months, but no later than May 31st, 2027. And authorize the chair to negotiate and set forth other terms and conditions that may be deemed appropriate and necessary. And I have Ashley here with me, and she's the land agent for West Hawaii.
Want to say something?
Well, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is just to renew the existing revocable permits in North and West Hawaii.
Okay, is there, let's make the motion first.
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion or questions? No?
Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Sonoy?
In Exhibit A, you have some entities that have a proposed annual rent increase and some without. Can you explain that to me, please?
Sure. We don't increase the rent for any beneficiaries or Native Hawaiian descent. Anybody who's not a beneficiary, then we do a modest 3% increase.
Oh, you did? Who's that? Okay, we do have public testimony. Jojo Tanimoto.
Jojo. Jojo, your turn. At the very top there.
Oh, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, this is Jojo from Kauai High. And I understood there was going to be an explanation about the evacuation road for Kailapa subdivision out here in Kauai High. But I don't hear anything. And that's one of the top subjects that we are trying to work towards in the community with the county and with the state, but we're not getting anything out of Hawaiian Homes. So I'd like to get some support here, get some communication going as to how this section is going to benefit Kauai High. Can you tell me who you're going to assign that I can go and talk to that person or bring them to a meeting or something so that we can find out how the department is going to do that? And then that would affect the renewal of right of entry for or permits for, I think it's 2 lots in the Kauai High downtown area because it affects the expansion of the harbor. And the traffic that's down there is almost double that the county is trying to expand the district to District 10 now. And that's how much traffic goes up to Kohala and has to pass through Kauai High, definitely at that corner. So we have an interest, Chair and Commissioners, and we need your help to fix this problem that we're having with the ROEs. Now, I thought F3 was going to explain how you're going to help us take care of the evacuation road because we're working with the state and the county on this side, but it's the department that's not getting back to us. And so I'm asking for your help for communication so that we can move these issues forward. And one of them for the extended leases is down at the harbor at the intersection because the shoulders are too narrow that the bikers and the walkers, and there's no crosswalks, all of Hawaiian Homelands area, that it's kind of dangerous now. There's so many people, the population has grown. So, Chair, if you can assign somebody to talk with us so we can move forward in Kauai High, please.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I have a question, Chair. Ashley,
Pinellas?
when was the last time that there was a rate study on the rents? Because I understand that there's no increase for beneficiary population, but when was the last time that any of these listed in Exhibit A had a rent increase?
So the base that was determined kind of a few years back, and how we determine the fee for all these permits, we take the tax assessed value, give it 8% rate of return, and take a 50% because it's a month to month, and this is how we determine the base rent. And then subsequent to that, and then for those that are non-beneficiary, we have a modest increase because they are still on a month-to-month, that they cannot do much improvement to it. Yeah.
So, but the assessed value is looked at annually?
We haven't looked at it for a few years, but we can for next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not to belabor it, but
I know.
once again, I think it's critical and essential that we view these permit holders as partners.
Okay.
And so, aloha goes both ways.
Yes.
And we should be looking at a fair and reasonable increase if we haven't looked at assessments for some time.
Okay. So next month, we're coming in front of you for all the Oahu ones. So we'll definitely take an assessment before we bring the value to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. F4?
Item number F4, we're asking for approval to issue a right of entry permit to Laiapua Community Development Corporation for the portion of the land that we have here in Kona, in Upper Kona, to caretake for the department. And I do have Bo Kahui here with me. And the approval is subject to the conditions as listed.
I want to have a motion first. Is there?
Again.
Okay, any questions? If not, Bo, you have
So the
testimony?
department bought this property back last year, and it's about 130 acres. There's a coffee farmers on it that there's a whole over lease that we kind of assume that lease expired 2031. But on the property, there's a half-acre lot that has a house, a residential unit on top. And so LCDC has come forward to said they will caretake a lot for us because it's kind of out of the way for all of us to manage that lot. And as you can see, the picture it's a nice building, and we just don't want it to get deteriorated to the point that it's not being usable in the future when we do finish our planning for the lot. And Bo has stepped forward to offer to help us. So we're asking permission to give him a 12 months right of entry so the community can take care of that facility for us.
Bo, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, Bo Kahui, Leopold Community Development Corporation. I serve as the interim president, treasurer, executive director, wear quite a few hats. But with respect to item F4 on the agenda, I've been the caretaker long before the department purchased this property. We purchased the property, the department purchased this property because of its excellent water resource and the development of water source that is needed by the department for the development of their homes, the development housing plan. Prior to this, the department had 0 credits. Following the completion of this well, we might have 800 credits, of which you can build 800 homes. 1 credit, 1 home. So we're proud, Leopold Community Development Corporation was proud to participate in this. I was at it for 13 years. Now come this time where, and prior to the acquisition, I was working with Mr. Gianalis and his team, serving as a representative and an agent, maybe just a community activist, because we needed the water. Leopold Community Development Corporation was building its community development service, and it needed the water. The commercial center, under the special lease agreement of 26 acres on Ani'ikehokolole Highway, needs water. So the water is an integral part of the department's initiative to build housing, build social infrastructure, and build businesses that can generate economic opportunities for our community. I have a real quick slide, if just give me a moment, just a little update. Thank you, Mike. I think it's important to note that this particular site, when we were trying not to purchase the whole property initially, but the owners decided to sell and get out of Hawaii, which they were going to put the property out to market. And that would have been a challenge for the department to start competing at that level. So we were fortunate. So we recently finished the catchment water service that serves water to the building, to the resident. LCDC is a community development corporation that was set up in 2009 under the Kulia Ikanu'u program under the department. So you had to come, we had the training, we had to certify, and it helps bridge the gap between the association and many of the partnerships that you build in order to get things done. Next. One more. This is the tank we were speaking about. At first, we thought it was 10,000 gallons, but it's 20,000 gallon water. Next. This is what the tank looked like on the inside. The tank cover was torn, but all that debris is rubbish on the bottom. And next. And this is the tear on the bottom of the tank, of which it couldn't hold any water that we ended up replacing. Next. And this is the tank now. This is the finished product. It cost the department $10,000 to do this. These guys were professionals, and they were the cheapest out there to get the job done. We recently did an assessment for the department. One of the real critical problems that I think the department is faced with is next. That's another next. Next. There's a tree that is impacting the electrical service line. Next. So you can see the tree left to the electrical pole. It's on the department's boundary. That tree, that tall tree, if it fell over the lines, it would be pretty devastating for the Hololo community. We are prepared upon your guys' recommendation to pursue a tree trimmer to come and get that down. We've got a lot of resources in our community that can make that happen. But this is one of the recommendations we make today. I'll entertain any questions. That's all I have for today.
Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Net.
So when it comes to the home that sits on there, is it being used for anything right now?
Yes, we have a caretaker in there.
Living there?
And it's important to note, yes, living there. It's important to note the property, the house is in an isolated area. And we have vandals, we have hunters, we have all kinds of people that are tracking through that. We've put up numerous no trespass signs all over, but you can hear gunshots at night. So our caretaker is an experienced hunter. He understands what's going on the ridge, on the hill. So we've asked him not to engage, but to make sure that he record or make sure that we somehow keep a record of those that come over. We know who the people are. We know who they are. We know the hunters that are going out there. I think we want to come up with a mitigation plan, maybe a professional hunting proposal where someone can go in there and then and somehow figure out what we do with the pigs. I mean, there's a lot of pigs up there, and that's what people go up there for, the pua'a. So yeah, someone is living in that house. We generate a modest income to help support our nonprofit through this effort. In our agreement, I think it allows us to do that. So we have a rental agreement with the caretaker.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Freitas.
Revocable, thanks for going forward and doing this. Not a question, just more a comment, suggestion. Just please keep in contact with the department as this process progresses. I understand the hunting. I'm familiar with that area. The fact that there's a presence there helps all of us. I know there's a lot of squatters, vandals, et cetera, like you said. So just I'd ask, especially for the water. The water is a key piece. You guys have a lot of good things happening in your community. A lot of progress and projects that are coming down the pipe. So let's just want to make sure that the water source is taken care of and not jeopardized in any way, shape, or form. So just please keep in contact. Please keep in contact with land management or E-team if we need to do anything. So thank you.
If I might just speak to what you just mentioned about the water plan, in 2000, about 10 years ago, we were working with an engineering firm. The department was working with an engineering firm, and he had located the Tom Nance had came up with the design. The design was part of the project. That particular site for the well was only 100 feet from the POC, the point of connection. 100 feet. Unlike maybe the Kamehameha, you got, I don't know, a mile, maybe 2. But we're talking about 100 feet. That's incredible. Because that's your cost. That's the cost of trenching, 12-inch line to the connection. There is an agreement with the water department that we can connect to that, and then the department will receive its credits. I don't agree with the water department that they would take a third of the credits because they will essentially, as part of their management, to take over that water source to manage it, and it's part of their policy. But I think now it's time to change that policy, particularly when it comes to Native Hawaiians and the need for water. I entertain any other questions. I'd like to make a thanks, Sonoy, Commissioner Sonoy. tonight we'll be making a presentation of an update for our preschool. I went to a preschool presentation with In Peace a couple weeks back, and it was a real revealing. Thank you for that.
Well, I had a question, or some questions. That particular site, I guess prior use was for a coffee farm, right? They had a coffee farm there?
Yeah.
And what happened to all the, I guess the coffee trees or bushes, or whatever they grow on? What happened to them?
Well, they're still planting. It's still there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the area,
The lease, they have expired 2030.
they're still using it.
Yeah,
But
they
I'm
still
looking at the
using it.
picture. I don't see too much on it, that area. But I'm also wondering, so the infrastructure for a coffee farm is in place. Irrigation system where you keep the plants watered and or trees.
Well, this area is
Pretty
coffee farm heaven.
really.
They have enough water supply. They don't need to bring in water. The trees, they have a rotation. Sometimes you don't see any of the trees because they rotate them out. But Ronaldo, he is the coffee farmer. I think one of the big question is he living up to his side of the agreement? Is he paying his lease rent and so on? So
let me interrupt you. I'm not so much interested in what he's going to be doing. It's what the department is going to be doing with the property. So when I see a prior use that might be consistent with maybe our homesteading program moving forward, I don't know if really you could kind of answer what the future holds for this property.
Yes, I can. So, aloha folks, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. For this particular parcel, it'll be about 120 acres that's available for agriculture. Part of our island plan update and previous regional plan update in Kona identified the fact that of all of our lands in the Kona area, prior to this parcel being acquired, we had no lands designated for agricultural homesteading.
Right.
Currently, the agreement when we acquired this property last year is that the ag tenant will continue their tenancy, which gives us kind of monthly revenue generation to give us time to do the master plan and environmental assessment for the property. Kehao mahalo to LDD and Sarah Okuda. We were able to extend an existing contract with a consultant and be able to capture everything that we need for the master plan in EA with funds that were not expended from a past contract. So we're starting in the coming months. Long-term is looking at agricultural homesteading with, I'll use this term, even though we may have to discuss it more, but turnkey coffee farm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So we should be starting in the coming months. The contract is taken care of. Consultant is ready to go. We actually have most of the technical studies are all completed. And so by the time the area is freed up from the current agricultural tenant, we're hopeful we can transition very quickly straight into homesteading. As far as project leasing, I think probably FY27, we can do project leases for that parcel.
Yeah, one of my concerns, not concerns, but objectives in moving the department forward on our agricultural development is to look at activities that make sense.
Correct.
And just like on Kauai, West Kauai, we're looking at, you have Kauai Coffee that's kind of transitioning from the land that they have over to our lands as a proposal, but to actually go in and help set up the infrastructure as well as set up a protocol where we could have our homesteaders not only have a home ownership interest, or not a home, but a ownership interest in an agricultural enterprise like coffee, which they can not only make money, but provide and partner up with an entity that really not only has the resources that expertise as well as the market to sell the product, which really makes it a viable homesteading program. And that's what's been kind of missing with our, and that's why we have so few agricultural homesteaders that are successful, very, very few, if any. And so this kind of opportunity where we do plan it, do have a prior use that I'm assuming was and is profitable, that we can transition into an opportunity for our homesteaders. But that's why I'm glad that the department is doing the studies and will be doing the transition. So in the meantime, though, Bo, your willingness to step up and preserve this asset.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it's critical that we do. I would like to comment, though, on the property itself. One of the big issues up there is the traffic. It's a single. It's a 2-lane ag. It's probably the department's toughest challenge. Prior to that, the Gianalis group was going to put a PUD there, 5-acre lots, 45 lots. They had applied that almost 25 years ago and had a challenge because they couldn't get through the traffic study. So the traffic study would be central, I think, in your approach to how this is going to impact the road.
I don't know about the traffic study, but in any event, on this motion, are there any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thanks, Bo.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next item, F5.
Item number F5, land management is requesting commission's approval to issue a license for access and utility easement to Mr. Ching Pang and Yong Xia Peng for approximately 1,931 square feet of Hawaiian homelands, a portion of an area of an 11-acre parcel in Nanakuli, in the Waianae, sorry, for a non-exclusive easement for the purpose of roadway access and utility access. And the approval is subject to the conditions as listed.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any questions, commissioners? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kalekini.
Thank you, Linda. So this license is a perpetual license.
Perpetual, until they sell the property, then we'll
Okay.
have to grant a new easement to the new owner.
Okay. And as far as the fee or the lump sum we're receiving is a one-time payment?
Yes, it's a one-time payment. We just had an appraisal of the 11-acre parcel.
Mhm.
So it's under general lease to a farmer that's under Hawaiian Homes. So we were able to use that value and then come out with that value for the less than 2,000 square feet.
Okay,
Easy.
thank you. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other question? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. F6.
Item number F6, we're asking the commission to grant approval to issue a 1-year right of entry permit to the Department of the Army, U.S. Army Corps of Engineer, covering the area as approximately 20 acre for the purpose of investigating the possible presence of a substance called PFAS. And the approval is subject to the conditions as listed. And I do have Kaipo Duncan here answering any question.
Okay, why don't we have a motion first?
Move.
Second.
Okay, questions, commissioners?
I do.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Linda. Kaipo. A couple quick questions. So this parcel, which is up for 1 year ROEE, what was this property used for previous to us talking about this ROE?
Currently,
Let me answer that. Okay. This one is a 20-acre parcel that we got from the Act 14 from this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The property is like on the hillside, very limited use. We did an assessment, only approximately 3 acres are developable. Yeah, but this submittal is they wanted to come in and do the assessment on the entire 20 acres. Yeah.
So what initiated the Army to want to do this investigation?
They didn't say exactly why they wanted to do it, other than that they felt the need to check the water.
Okay, so they did.
Hi, Commission. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the line, and we'll be more than happy to give you some background on the project if you do have questions directly for us. My name is Chantal Reininger. I'm the point of contact here in Honolulu. I have Laura on the line. She is Office of Counsel for Honolulu District, as well as Lee, who is Office of Counsel for Omaha District. So any of us will be more than happy to answer any of those questions for you.
Okay, let me direct that question that I just did then. What initiated the Army to decide to want to do this investigation for PFAS on this?
So it's not specific to Hawaii. It is specific nationwide. We're just trying to find out how that chemical is moving through the groundwater in the United States. It is a chemical that's present worldwide, but we're just trying to figure out how it's moving through our groundwater within the 50 states. It's not specific to Hawaii or anything like that.
Okay, so it's not specific to any activity that may have taken place on this parcel. It's just a general trying to find out and understand the groundwater in the state?
Correct, sir. I think what you're concerned about is the liability for Hawaii and any kind of action that we find, and that's not our path right now. We're just trying to figure out how this chemical is moving through the groundwater.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm a little bit familiar with PFAS. It's just the forever chemical.
Yes.
So it could be anyway. So at the end of this investigation, we will receive a report. And
correct.
And then okay. Now this is for staff. Once we get this report, will we be taking this up, the results for discussion and whatnot? Okay, thank you.
We did also have some other items to address on the submittal form itself, and I will leave that to my counterparts in Office of Counsel, because we did have an issue with some of the sections and provisions that the government couldn't agree to just because of prior federal regulations.
Does that impact?
Yeah, you want to articulate what objections you have?
I'll hand that over to our Office of Counsel counterparts, Laura and Lee.
Hello, can you hear me? Are you guys able to hear me?
I can hear you, Laura. Can you all hear me as well?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Laura. I'm with the Honolulu District, Army Corps Office of Counsel. And so generally when we do a right of entry, we use a form. It's templated from from the Department of Army. So I believe you guys have been sent a copy of that right of entry form. Do you have it?
Yes, we have the form.
Yeah, we have the form.
Okay, so generally we use the language in this form. It's if we need to deviate from it, we usually need to elevate it up to a higher level. So is the form that you have from us, the right of entry, does that form look all right to you guys?
The form we will have to forward to the AGs for their final review. Yeah. It's different from our regular right of entry permit. It's a federal government form. So yeah. So if the AG said it's okay for us to execute, then we'll execute this form. Looking at it, it's pretty standard.
Okay.
I think if I could real quick, can you all hear me? This is Lee Silver from Omaha District. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, well, I think Laura's hit the nail on the head here. What Chantal and Laura are talking about is that in the beginning of the document, the letterhead from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands includes terms that aren't reduced to writing within the permission itself. And I think that's what Chantal's talking about. So for example, the number 7, where it says the ROE permit shall be extended for one additional 1-year period subject to Chairman of Hawaiian Home Commission approval, that doesn't appear in the ROE. The ROE itself includes language in, let me scroll down real quick. It would be paragraph 1, where it's a period not to exceed 18 months or for a period not less than the duration of the investigative stage, whichever is longer. And the reason why it's included that way is that for our federal procurements and also for the CERCLA process generally, we tend to need access that continues for the duration needed for the investigation. It isn't meant to be a right of entry that goes on for an indefinite period of time. It's just a right of entry period that's sufficient to be able to complete the work necessary. And then we can go on. And I imagine another sister district, likely Baltimore district, will be issuing federal contracts on the subject. And that's where the reports tend to come from. I hope that's helpful.
We can only offer 12 months. So if they do need extension, then we can always grant them extension. Yes.
Okay, would that work for you guys?
Generally, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue. What I was going to say is that generally I've talked with at least one attorney in the Hawaii Attorney General's office. I'm not a real estate attorney. I'm a procurement attorney and also an environmental remediation attorney, but I get to play a real estate attorney during the day sometimes. We've talked with them. They have not necessarily been concerned about the duration extending beyond 1 year in terms of the potential length of the investigation. If the point of contention is that it can only go for 1 year because of a particular Hawaiian statute, then that's something that we'll probably need to elevate up on our end as well, because there are only so many terms that we're allowed to modify without approval from higher headquarters.
Yeah, I think we should be able to accommodate you folks. Obviously, we want you to test the water and see if there's any PFAS in there that might create some health problems for our beneficiaries, including the entities that might be leasing this property. So all the time you need, but hopefully at some time and reasonable period of time, you folks will make a determination, share that with us, and hopefully you don't find anything that will kind of contaminate people's brains or whatever.
Right. Very helpful. You're correct. I will say for this one, the Army Corps is just serving as a procurement agent and a real estate agent. It'll be the Army National Guard that's got the lead agency power under CERCLA, but I'm hopeful that one, what they'll find is not necessarily that bad, and two, that they'll get you all those reports in a timely fashion.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Kalekini?
One quick one. Okay, this is for the Army Corps folks. So as you mentioned, you folks are doing this study statewide. Will the results of the statewide investigation study be publicly available?
I can help with that. So I can't speak for the National Guard Bureau. I don't have that authority. But what I can say is that generally speaking, under the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, the CERCLA documentation that we produce, the different phases, so to speak, generally are publicly available either at a local repository or online. So for example, DNIX has a repository where you can look at some of these sites. I actually went and looked at the site inspection report, and I can drop a link in the chat really quickly to see if I can show that to y'all. They do a pretty good job of making sure that everyone that's a stakeholder is up to date on the CERCLA documentation that's available. But I say this because I can't speak for them. I'm just a procurement attorney and a FUDS attorney. They would be the ones that would need to confirm as much.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a
question. Marshall?
Can you share with the body how much research sites you folks are pursuing? So I don't have a total number. I'm only specific to what we are doing in Hawaii and the island of Oahu specifically. So for the island of Oahu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5, and then I just got tasked with 3 more today. So there are sites being identified monthly that I will probably be the POC for, but for right now, that's 5, 6, 7, 8 that I have for Hawaii. I don't have visibility on the other states, but I know that it is a nationwide program.
Mahalo.
Okay,
Chair.
Commissioner Ornelas?
So at this time, we don't have a comprehensive, detailed list of all the points of contention or question. Is that what I'm hearing? For the changes that need to be, okay.
Well, so I only see that is the time that they need is the only concern.
Okay, so, but the gentleman that spoke said, for example, and used point number 7. So that leads me to believe that there are other bits of language that need to be changed. Is that correct, sir?
That's the only one I'm aware of, ma'am.
The other ones are, there may be some ability to negotiate, but for like number 10, it states that such other terms and conditions as may be prescribed by HHC. We couldn't agree upon that because it doesn't specifically state what other provisions. So it may bring up other things that we couldn't agree to that would be against a federal acquisition regulation or anything like that. And then for number 4 and 5, that presents the risk of sovereign immunity for the government. So that would be an issue for us. And then number 8, the government couldn't acquire insurance because the government is a self-insured entity. So we would not be able to obtain that requirement for the ROE.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So given that, thank you for that. That would represent half of the the terms that we're discussing today. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this until we can have a clearer idea of language and really semantics of how our documents are crafted. I don't feel comfortable as submitted. Mahalo.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
May I make one statement very quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
For the commission that just spoke, I apologize. I misunderstood the question. I appreciate Chantal clarifying. I thought we were talking about just the discrepancy between one item and what is in the ROE. Y'all are talking about more generally. And so I apologize for that misunderstanding.
Okay, any other questions? If
Just one comment, and
Commissioner Kaneko.
Commissioner Ornelas is asking whether or not we can actually execute an agreement with Army Corps based on their objections. And is that just a yes or no?
Can I jump on that?
Yes.
I think it's the one for Deputy AG, whether we can legally execute with those pending issues.
So, so we can. So we can execute. There are a few provisions that us at the AG's office would probably like to talk to the Army Corps or whoever the point of contact is about to see what can be changed and what needs to be changed on our end, and probably come to some kind of agreement. But we're not the only state agency that signs these ROEs with them, so we'll be able to figure something out. Yeah.
But I'm saying my point is that as submitted, we still don't have a comprehensive ask of the edits and revisions necessary, correct?
Yes.
Yes, but number 9, right? The ROE agreement shall be subject to the review and approval of the Department of the Attorney General. That's basically the legal review. So what they're talking about, I think, would fall squarely in that number 8. Or number 9, sorry.
Except that it was stated earlier that it's not for the AG's office. It's what the federal government can and cannot agree to.
Right. And
So I'm asking for like a comprehensive list of because if we agree to it like right now with half the terms not agreeable, doesn't that expose us to future litigation?
yeah, yeah, we wouldn't
We
approve
wouldn't?
it. Yeah.
So that would be finally up to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mahalo.
Any other question? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, hang on. Okay, Jojo, you have a few comments.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, way back 4 years ago, the land department had given an okay to the Army Corps of Engineers and nothing has happened. And so it was awkward for me to listen to this gentleman and say in a timely manner. How timely is 4 years? Last year, I guess was November or December, we spoke to the work crew from the Army Corps of Engineers, what's his name, Mr. Tanaka. And I had asked him about the same thing because that is the area that's going to be affected with the expansion of the harbor. Now, if the historic bridges to the harbor are destroyed or somehow not able to use, or in this case, the Makahuna Bridge, Makahuna Gulch, which was used as target practice by the military back in the 40s, is now in a stage of erosion. So every time it rains, the highway down there is closed to the cargo, to the military, to the general public, to the companies. You cannot use the harbor road. So I'm wondering, what part of all of this planning that I'm hearing about is going to affect Kauai High? Because you cannot bring nothing to Pohakuloa unless you come to Kauai High or Keaukaha. And Kauai High usually is where the Army ship.
Yeah, Jojo, we're on item F6.
Yeah,
Regarding
I know.
them wanting to do some testing.
Here with the
All that you're talking
Thank
about is totally irrelevant. So you have anything or comments on the issue at hand regarding us
Yeah,
allowing
because
them
the
to do some
rules all
tests?
apply to what's not happening in Kauai High. So I'm trying to update Kauai High about this whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jojo.
Thank
Okay, any
you.
other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Next item.
Item number F7. We're asking commissions to approve the issuance of a month-to-month revocable permit to the Homestead Community Development Corporation for approximately 30 acres of Hawaiian homelands in Keikaha to construct a hurricane tsunami emergency shelter and to operate, maintain a camping and recreational facility known as West Kauai Kumu Camp. And the issuance will be subject to the following conditions. And I do have Mr. Danner here representing HCDC to answer any question that you have. Also, Lelia Kapunia is also on the call to answer any question.
Okay, why don't we get a motion and then I'm sure we're gonna have comments as well as requests. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Why don't you present your testimony? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here representing the Homestead Community Development Corporation. I'm the Deputy Director of the CIP Division, All Improvements. My name is Garrett Danner. Thank you for the time. Just flew in. It was on F3, so I appreciate that I made it. So what we're looking to do is partner with our sister agency, the West Kauai Homestead Hawaiian Home Association, in getting some lands over there for the tsunami, kind of an emergency evacuation up Kekaha Road. I live on the east side, so this is more for the west side folks. So when there's an emergency, they're all parking on the road and it could get congested, could be dangerous. So there's just lands to the south that we'd like to use for emergency preparedness. Right now, we'll start with 30 acres. The part about the campground is merely that we don't solely depend on grants or DHL for funds. It's merely for self-sustainability to maintain this property. I drove it with our land management, Kaipo Duncan, and there's cars being dumped there. There's random fires, and I'm not speaking as an expert that lives in that area, so I don't mean to disrespect anybody from that area, but we're just partnering with our sister agency and welcome any kind of questions. It's an exciting progress being made. This ask was made in 2022. I think it's part of the regional plan of 2012. So this is progress. So I open it up to any questions you have for me and Lilia. She's our board chair.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Ornelas? You want to ask a question or no?
Oh, aloha. Thank you so much for being here, Garrett. I have had a lot of feedback from the West Kauai community and some talk about groundwork that community organizations have been doing for quite some time. I am familiar with the community using Kokee Road as a means of escape, protection from tsunami watches and warnings in my childhood. So I'm very familiar with how the people of that area move. I also have Ohana there. But I guess the pressing question that I would have, which is a very simple one, is why do we need your involvement in what has been occurring for decades?
I guess if nothing's done, we get the same result. Are you talking about HCDC specifically or just change in Kokee Road? Just so I can answer the question.
I'm talking about your request for 30 acres in West Kauai.
Yeah, we're a Native Hawaiian nonprofit. We're the arm of the West Kauai Homestead Association. It's just progress. We'd like to make progress on our land. We'd like to improve it and sustain. We're just one organization. We're not the answer. We're part of a solution. The aunties that we work with are more than for it. Auntie Myrna Tano, Liberta. So more than willing to work with the people who have concerns. Definitely welcome that conversation. But really, it's just progress. And we're not saying that if we build something on that road that it's going to be the savior of everybody. It's just a part of the solution. And we're just hoping to be that. So I don't know if my counterpart would want to chime in on that question. I appreciate the question. If Lilia wants to share anything.
Aloha, Mike, Commissioner Watson, and Commissioner Ornelas. Thank you for the question. Really, for me, I sit as the chair of the Homestead Community Development Corporation, but I'm also the executive director of the Papakolea Community Development Corporation. Why should an entity such as HCDC, who's been serving community for 17 years, request a permit for this parcel? It's simple. For me, anyways, it's simple because we need to have presence. Currently, there is no presence. And if we have an entity on island that's managing the parcel, providing community good through this evacuation shelter, which was part of the DHHL regional plan, we're just furthering DHHL's regional plan, and we have the resources to do so via internal financing and our ability to access grants. This wouldn't be the first project we've delivered on the west side. It would be the second, and it would be expanding our service area. So, I mean, for me, I think it's just presence. I see a lot of it throughout the state. We need to have presence to help manage the land and help to bring some order to folks who may be doing things that they shouldn't be doing on the land, and provide a community good that's aligned with DHHL's goals and our community goals. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but I can go further.
Thank you. It does. My next question would be in relation to the Kekaha Hawaiian Homestead Association. Has your interface been with them as they are, represent our homesteaders?
We're in constant contact with Auntie Myrna, who's the current president. Tana used to be the president, so we're in constant contact.
The Kekaha Hawaiian Homes Association?
I apologize.
Yes.
I apologize. I can't speak to that because I work through Auntie Myrna, so I don't really have too much contact or information on that. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
But I just would like to just share one other project that, if it's okay, do I have to be asked?
Okay.
I apologize. Is that we have the West Kauai Enterprise Center out there, and we just won a grant from the state legislature to put PV on that house. So it's just, we don't live on that side of the community. It's our sister agency that does. And so we're just trying to use our capacity to help other agencies. And we're the arm that has that ability to do that. And I don't want anybody to think that we think we know best for everybody. We don't. We're just trying to do the best we can. They asked us to assist. They asked us to request this. And so we're trying to further that. None of the folks from the West Kauai Hawaiian Homestead Association could be here, and we apologize for that.
I'd like to add to that also, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
When we built the Kekaha Enterprise Community Center, we built it in partnership with the West Kauai Hawaiian Homestead Association. At the time, both entities, both HBAs of Kekaha, were invited to participate and be a part of the project. I believe, I mean, my memory hasn't been so good, it's been a minute, but I believe the Kekaha entity did not join on to participate fully. As we move forward with this project, it is our intent to engage all the HBAs and other community partners that will help broaden its impact. It is not our intent to exclude, it is our intent to include, and our priority are the HBAs that come to the table to help find solutions. So they're welcome to join us. They're welcome to be a part of it.
Any other questions for Mr. Danner? If not, we do have some public testimony from Bonnie Lynn Manini.
Aloha, Chairperson Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. I learned about this item on the agenda just late on Friday, and so I wasn't able to submit the written testimony until just a few hours ago. I'm wondering if you have access to my written testimony or not, because that will help me understand exactly what I need to cover as you consider this item on the agenda.
Yes, we do have your testimony.
Okay, excellent. So where I mentioned emergency center, I'm using the word center interchangeably with shelter because I didn't catch that before I submitted it. So with regards to this item, my concern is I don't think the materials provided in the agenda answers a lot of questions that I immediately have, and that, I did take time over the weekend to speak with my brother who shares our Pu'uopai lease with me, as well as my nephew, his son, who also works as a steward of lands up in Pu'uopai that are under our lease. And so in terms of what I've shared in my written testimony, it is through consultation with both my brother and my nephew. And so I submitted from the three of us. And so in terms of the emergency shelter, I would agree with anyone on the west side of Kauai that believes there needs to be support for people who are fleeing up Mauka whenever there is situations. For some reason in recent years, which I'm not familiar with, the state of Hawaii and the Department of Education are not opening the Waimea High School facilities for evacuation consistently. And so therefore the people on the west side from the Waimea Bridge all the way west are often scrambling to try to figure out where they need to go, especially if there's threat from the ocean, and so there may be people in Pakala Camp, in Kaumakani who are also heading west, but I am not sure if they're going west or if they're going, east to Hanapepe and trying to hit higher elevation in those areas. And so a lot of people end up on the hill. There's no restroom facilities. And then if they stay there for hours and hours, they end up possibly cooking, using the bathroom out in the wilderness, those types of things, maybe creating trash, etc. And so no doubt, I mean, anybody from the West Side who understands this situation would likely want to see government entities working to provide perhaps bathroom facilities at the first lookout on the Waimea Canyon Drive, and then somewhere on the Koke Road, Kekaha entrance side as well, so that the people have access, to those types of facilities when they're evacuating. The problem is, it's my understanding that the proposals that gain support from the people and the department to put a shelter item as a priority didn't include a kumu camp. It only included emergency shelter, but for some reason we have an insertion of a kumu camp idea, at this point. And so I feel one, most importantly, is if we're going to add on a kumu camp concept, which is partially being done in the Anahola area, is my understanding. I haven't ever visited, but I did talk with people from Anahola and also looked at their website. And so if this proposal is going to expand beyond what the community originally supported for a priority, I think more conversations are needed with the community to be sure that they would like an inclusion of a camp and believe that that would make the most sense. Now, with the camp itself, my biggest concerns and red flag is the insertion of the word tourist, because when you start depending on tourists for generation of revenue, then your focus and priority goes towards keeping that flow of tourists coming to your establishment so you can make enough money to support your vision and idea and the implementation of that idea. Now, I don't believe the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is meant to, and the lands that have been allocated are meant to prioritize tourists at all. And so I am concerned that tourists become a part of this plan without further conversations happening with all interested beneficiaries in the area and statewide, really, because these decisions often impact other islands after the fact. In terms of tourists, there's an assertion in this proposal that the presence of the campground will eliminate all unlawful actions. I think this is a very optimistic theory. However, we've seen many, many times with tourists that they venture off and do other things that we don't intend them to do when we provide services and opportunities. We've seen that most recently in Lahaina, which has created such a stir in our Pai'aina. So I would say that I think it's a bit too optimistic to think that the presence of a camp such as this, which may be even 50 or 70% tourists, I don't know at this point how much tourists are utilizing the Anahola kumu camp versus local community, because that's not available. But if it ends up being a large number of tourists, then usually they tend to be curious, inquisitive, and they tend to often have behaviors that then lead to other things of jumping fences and doing other things and trespassing into areas they don't belong. I think these are all things that need to be discussed before the commission approves a permit. In terms of the kumu camp, out in Anahola, it is near residential facilities with municipal resources. But up in this area, the road is definitely there, which is helpful, a paved road. But there is not water, and electric would need to be run, at this point further to get to this location. The water is a very big concern for me. My family has been in this area for upwards of 50 years, and we have never consistently had the water we needed to be able to sustain our ability to function on this land. And water often is a conversation. Now, recently, there have been issues with water because, as most people are understanding, global warming is impacting the amount of water that's coming to the source and then being able to get ditched down to our areas.
Okay, Ms. Manini, can you wrap it up?
Yeah, so I think that this proposal does not address what their water needs are going to be. And that, to me, is a deficiency in the proposal because we already don't have sufficient amounts of water in this area to take care of everyone the department has already put on the land. There are other concerns I've included in my written testimony about fire prevention, what the plans are for recreation and land use specifically, the issue of military trash that's still on this land that really should be cleaned up or there should be a review and assessment and then make sure that it's removed before this land is allocated for anyone else. And then finally, I think that while this is not related specifically to this item, I think that it's about time that Kauai has its own land agent for our island who is living on island, who can get very familiar with everything on the island and the people on the island. And therefore, these types of proposals would be better vetted before it hits the Hawaiian Homes Commission for consideration. So all that being said, and everything else in the written document I've submitted, I ask that the commissioners postpone decision, defer, and let's get to maybe understanding the overall business plan a little bit more, and then any other relevant questions I've put out, as well as maybe other community members and the commissioners have themselves. So I thank you very much again, commissioners, for your time and this opportunity to testify on this item.
Yeah, I guess there's some really good points that are being raised. I also have the concern that there's no members of the West Kauai Hawaiian Homestead Association here to testify in support. So what's that about?
Yes, Chairman. I'm not blaming anybody. We kind of got late notice and people just last week. It's no excuse. So the aunties just couldn't make it, prior appointments. But can I respond? Would that be appropriate? Real quick. I just want to thank the community member for all their concerns. The tourists, the water. We got to start somewhere. This I don't mean to lecture this commission, but there just was a agenda to give our land to PMRF or to Kauai Coffee. We're a Native Hawaiian nonprofit. We got to start somewhere. We're not focusing on tourists. There's not going to be any utilities. We're going to use solar. We're going to use water tanks. It's not going to be housing a lot of people. We got to start somewhere. We got to malama the land. There's a lot of acreage. If other people want to do things, we're just trying to do something on our land and be productive. Part of the solution, not the entire solution. So the focus is not tourists. So the focus is going to be, if youth groups want to go up there, it's going to be clear, it's going to be safe, it's going to have parking. We don't know what the next tragedy is, but if we just do nothing, then what we have been getting is going to be what we get, which is parking congestion. We'll put portable bathrooms up there. Our nonprofit has the capacity to do the basics. We don't have a development plan.
I understand what you're saying. You're arguing the merits of your proposal, but I guess beneficiary consultation, including the Manini testifier. We are going to have a commission meeting in August on Kauai, where we can get the testimony of various concerns, and not just you, that's from a different part of the island. So I don't know. I would defer to the commissioner. Do you want to do that?
Yes, I'd like to request a deferral until the Kauai meeting in August, so that we can allow especially our West Side beneficiaries to weigh in, and the community organizations that are based on the homestead and on the West Side. And really, I would encourage you to, with a request that came in 2022, I would think that by now, if this is something that your organization is passionate about, that you would have vetted the community instead of create the plan and then share it with the community, I guess, right now. So that would be my ask, is that we defer to the Kauai meeting in August.
Okay, so you've made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. So we're going to defer it, and you guys come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Understand. Thank you. Okay, next item.
Yep.
Okay, C3. Excuse me, for information only, summary of legislative session 2026. Ori.
Aloha e nā komikina o Oriana Leal ko ingoa. Nahaza Government Program Specialist, a Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C3 for information only. The Hawaii State Legislature appropriated funds to the department in the state budget reflected in HB 1800, HD1, SD1, CD1. Next slide, please. A chart A chart highlighting the budget information is attached as Exhibit A. Just to elaborate further, so in the first column, we have what the department requested. In the second column, we have what the governor committed to. And then in the third column, we have what we were able to secure through HB 1800. To elaborate further, this piece of legislation kept in place the funding appropriated in the biennium budget approved last year for FY27 to cover DHHL's existing personnel, administrative, and operating costs, and added $23 million in revolving funds to align with projected expenditures of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, also known as NAHASDA. The legislature also authorized $6 million in special funds for green fee projects, $34.2 million in CIP or capital improvement projects funding, and $100,000 in investment capital for Haiku Valley feasibility study in FY27. This bill, of course, has a direct beneficial impact for DHHL because it will fund DHHL's existing personnel, administrative and operating costs, as well as lot development in Hanapepe, Kauai, in Honomu, and Keaukaha on Hawaii Island, vacant lot infrastructure improvements in Anakuli. Next slide, please. Oahu, and repair and maintenance for existing Hawaiian homelands statewide. All right, and next slide, please. As you all may recall, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved 13 legislative proposals. 5 proposals were submitted to be included in the governor's package for the 2026 regular session. Following this approval, the legislative proposals were reviewed by the Department of the Attorney General, the Governor's Policy Office, and the Governor, and 3 were included in the governor's administrative package. 1 legislative proposal passed through the legislature, known as HB 2309, HD1, SD1, CD1. This bill amends the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act as amended to include children of a sibling as qualifying relatives of lessees for the purposes of lease transfer and lease successorship in the same manner currently allowed for spouses, children, grandchildren, and siblings. As we all are aware, proposed amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act requires review and approval by the U.S. Department of Interior, as well as congressional review and consideration. But for now, the first step is done. There are also, next slide. Oh, that's the appropriate slide. Thank you. A number of resolutions that passed. First, we have House Resolution 115, Senate Resolution 88, requesting the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions to develop a coordinated support and stabilization pathway for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries experiencing homelessness or extremely low income. Next, we have House Resolution 116, requesting the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to expand and strengthen financial literacy, credit readiness, and home ownership preparedness programs. We also have HR 120 HD1 requesting the Department of Transportation in collaboration with DHHL to convene a working group to coordinate CIP to reduce infrastructure costs for Hawaiian homeland developments. We also have HCR 85, HD1, HR 77, and Senate Resolution 63, urging the Department of Land and Natural Resources to transfer parcels that make up the East Kapolei Transit-Oriented Development Project to HHFDC, and urging the HHFDC to partner with DHHL and HCDA to facilitate the development of non-housing community development portions of the project. Next, we have SCR 48, Senate Resolution 47, declaring the intent that affordable housing credits are perpetual and remain valid until redeemed, and requesting the counties to recognize these credits without expiration dates. Last but not least, we have Senate Concurrent Resolution 180 and HR 132, HD1, urging state agencies that own or control land in West Maui to implement and enforce aggressive vegetation management, fuel reduction, defensible space, and emergency access measures to reduce wildfire risks to Lahaina and surrounding communities. There were a few other bills that are related to DHHL, including HB 1713 relating to school impact fees. Of course, we're still exempt from school impact fees. A couple of housekeeping bills, HB 2250 and 2271, they make appropriations for settlements. We also have SB 1432 relating to changes to responsibilities of the Department of Health concerning patients, the County of Kalawao, and the Kalaupapa settlement. And last but not least, again, SB 2921, also relating to state funds. And with that, I am available for questions.
The Kalaupapa, maybe you can give a little clarification on what that accomplished.
So SB 1432, as some of you may be aware, we still have a few patients that reside on Molokai Inui Ahina and Kalaupapa. After the passing of the last patient, what is currently being discussed is the transition of these lands and the responsibilities and management of it. So this bill allows for that conversation to continue with reporting required from the department and collaboration with the other noted stakeholders.
Okay. Any questions on any of the legislative activities and results? Let me just add a comment. Our most important bill that we were trying to get through was SR 3028. Came close. Unfortunately, it didn't pass. And that I'm talking about the conveyance taxes, where a certain set aside, roughly maybe 60 million a year on a permanent basis, would be, I guess, provided to the department on a just for the purpose of our development, especially on our vertical construction. And I think the relevance was to the 28 projects we have in hand that we're trying to move forward. We have developers in place, as well as awardees, as well as the first phase under construction and quite a few of the projects. So that didn't happen, but that doesn't mean we're, we did get funding for about 4 different projects, so it wasn't a complete loss. They did not, eliminate some of the unfilled positions with the department, unlike the other departments. So we were fortunate in that respect. We are going to try and go back in next session. There's some items that also we didn't succeed on. We're going to revisit trying to get a tax credit for our ag and pastoral and aquacultural development, which would provide funding for the infrastructure up front, which has always been a challenge for not only us, but even the private sector that's trying to do that kind of development. One of the ideas is to get that through next session, and hopefully that'll provide an impetus for a lot more development on our lands to move our homesteading program forward. Other than that, was there any other items or the raising of the guarantee amount so we can do more loans? We want to raise it from, I guess, 50 million to 250 million. What else? Any others?
I'll be back in June to ask for approval to solicit legislative proposals. But yes, we have many bills that you can see again next session.
Okay. Yeah, we're excited. I think we did okay, but we have such a long wait list. We got so many inactive lands. We also want to get involved in aquaculture. What is nice is the legislature did fund quite a bit of, infrastructure for other entities that we will in the future partner with, such as Agricultural Development Corp. that received or transferred a lot of the old plantation lands that are now being developed. But water is an issue. Fortunately, we have a priority on the water regarding preference. So in working with them, not only will we have the benefit of water systems that will be restored and allow us to irrigate our lands and make our lands more active. So that's something we're really looking at moving forward on. on West Kauai. There's some lands that we're going to try and acquire to get aquaculture development, which, you know, it's the fourth item under our homestead program that we've never really done. So we want to try and do that. We are looking at acquiring some of the other fish ponds. There's about 51 statewide. There's some on DLNR lands that we want to acquire, as well as ours. We want to start to, you know, from a cultural as well as providing food subsistence and, more importantly, resiliency, which we don't have. We also, as you know, are going to start to get more active on the geothermal. So this session, they did make about 6 million available for testing. So we're trying to identify, work with our beneficiaries, see what areas are viable, as well as the community receptive to, and then make decisions on those. But legislative session, and I do have to thank Ori for you know, perseverance and getting what we did get done, as well as Kalani. Kalani was Fronda was very active at the legislature too. I'd also have to thank the Hawaiian Civic Clubs, as well as the Shaw and others that submitted, including our beneficiaries that were very active in submitting testimony on our behalf. Without that, it's hard to make an argument if your beneficiaries don't back you up, as well as those on the waiting list that have been awarded project leases. You're the ones that will most definitely benefit from a more active and, to me, supportive legislature. So the fight goes on. You know, we do need about $6 billion. So it's an ongoing fight that, you know, we're going to have to continue. Hopefully, we do have activity in the area of transfer of good lands. Under Act 279, we did acquire over 500 acres. We expended about 56 million. So we got some really good lands on that. And then we're going to have a workshop shortly that Riley Kawananakoa will present regarding additional lands will be transferred. So on the legislative side, again, Ori, thank you for all your work. Any other questions of Ori regarding any of the items?
I just want to, Chair, I just want to extend my mahalo to you. I know the tremendous amount of work that goes into every legislative session. And I have to agree with the chair that it would be so amazing if we could even increase, especially from our wait listers, you know, and our project lease recipients, to really activate them and engage, because I know that, you know, what the work that you do really helps gain traction if there is that support. But mahalo for all of your efforts. Thank you so much.
Mahalo.
To echo that,
Commissioner Freitas.
Thank you for your guys' help and hard work and perseverance to this and slowly chipping away at it. I know you and Kalani at the square building, I saw chair there too a lot. So thank you. And also thank you to the beneficiaries out there that supported all the testimonies too. So thanks for the hard work.
Okay, thank you, Ori. Okay, next item, D1 for information only, HSC reports, Juan Garcia. Just give him one song. We'll pass it out.
And while we wait, I just wanted to announce that item C2 has been deferred to tomorrow.
Okay.
David is not feeling well today, so he'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. I do apologize for the lateness of the delinquency report that's being distributed to you just now. The reason for the delay is that we had challenges with the posting of payments for the month of April. We did not get that completed until last week, and that's the reason for the delay. Again, D1 is status reports having to do with homestead lease and application totals and monthly activity reports, the delinquency reports, and part of the information to you this month includes information of a guarantee of a construction loan that was issued to Hawaii Community Lending. to Mr. Lawrence Howe in Kelkaha for the amount of $237,394. With respect to the delinquency report, I'm proud to report that the delinquency statewide has dropped from 20.6 to 19.5%. That is offset by the delinquencies in East Hawaii as well as Oahu, but we're actively doing more with respect to collections. We do have 2 contested case hearings that will be before you for decisions tomorrow. But if you have any questions, I'd be glad to respond to any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aloha. Thank you so much, Juan.
Hello, Commissioner.
In relation to the decrease in delinquencies, what would you attribute those to? Is it, have there been operational changes or?
Partly,
I want to understand.
we have brought on additional staff with regards to loan services branch. And so there's more staff working on the collection efforts of the department. We did conduct some refinances, but I think it's just the hard work and dedication of current staff, but bringing on board also additional staffing. Collection staff has continued to provide lessees with the assistance of available funding. Ho'omana program has helped us out tremendously. I believe there's still funds available with charitable Catholic charities, but it's a combination of activities that I believe has contributed to the reduction. But I believe that there is more effort to come. We're working with other nonprofit agencies to assist the department with the collection efforts. So that will hopefully bring the delinquency even further down.
Specifically to severe delinquency, have there been any new developments in that area of, being able to understand and provide support to those folks?
Yes, and without vocalizing too much with respect to contested case hearing, we are getting more activity in that, and hopefully those 2 cases that are being brought to you tomorrow, it is my hope that that'll begin the process of addressing some of the serious problems that we currently have.
I just want to make a comment, Chair, about how much I appreciate all that you do, your department. In the traditional lending environment, there would never be this amount of support. I'm speaking as a real estate agent. We help people find properties. We trust that they're able to, fulfill their financial obligations. And it really is remarkable to me when even in light of the delinquency, the amount of touch points and investment by the staff and the department as a whole to really help our beneficiaries with life. Life happens. And in the fee simple world like that, this just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And again, I would be remiss if most of that credit does go to staff. HSD has dedicated, hardworking individuals, and working with our beneficiaries who experience life. Life does happen. And it takes dedication, compassion, and commitment to work with the families that are going through hard times. But we also, as staff, recognize when our efforts have been exhausted and there's really no other decision to make, but you ultimately make that final decision. So together we can hopefully, save some leases, but sadly, there's going to be some situations that we've done everything that we could as far as staff.
Yeah, let me also add that we do have a limited number of staff. We're understaffed, really, when you think about it, especially the number of loans we have outstanding, as well as those that are delinquent. So we are kind of expanding, reaching out to some of these third-party consultants like Hawaii Community Lending. We just kind of hooked up with another group that seems pretty good. They've been around for a while. They used to work with the department, but for whatever reason stopped. We did bring on a very exceptional person in Kui Myers, who's been around for a while, and she's really added and has quarterbacked, resurrecting some of these relationships, as well as having been on the board of one like Hawaii Community Lending, and she stepped out, but it's kind of assisted us in fashioning some memorandum of understanding, as well as I guess different approaches in trying to address delinquency. But it does require a hands-on approach, face-to-face. We didn't have that with some of the lenders that we were dealing with, especially those that we provide the guarantee. They wait maybe 6 months of delinquency and then tender it to us. And, that's not really, partly because they don't have a presence here. And so with Hawaii Community Lending, with some of their workers actually being homesteaders in the community that are familiar with some of these homesteaders that are delinquent, it gives a little bit more of a direct as well as informed working relationship. And so we're kind of exploring as well as moving forward on that. But it is an area that, it's a responsibility that our beneficiaries that have outstanding loans that need to take on, not only from the fact that we recycle the payments into new loans for our beneficiaries, especially those that we're making out there, that are necessary in order to put more people on our lands with the limited assets and resources that we have. So we're excited about that. Our Salesforce program, we're trying to get the connection between not only our consultants, but more importantly, our beneficiaries as well as staff. So a lot of things are going on in trying to elevate not only our services, but more importantly, getting people into houses, getting the money recycled and available to other beneficiaries. So Juan, thank you for your work and your staff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Almost missed that. Okay, agenda item E6 for information only. Okay. This is Act 14, transfer of some nice lands to the department to move our program forward.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator with the Land Development Division. And along with me is?
Riley Kawananakoa, Acquisitions Analyst.
I understand that. So if I could, is there a way that you could hold up the, hold on real quick.
Can you see? Yes.
You guys can pull it up.
I'm not sure. Should be attached to the civil.
Yeah, but I need it. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have a 5-minute recess. In session. Alani?
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. So before you is a workshop that we're going to be doing on Act 14. It is to share with you some information in regards to what we'll be presenting tomorrow as noted as submittal item E8. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Riley. He will take you through the workshop itself and share with you some of the information that's needed for you to understand and learn about Act 14. Thank you.
Well, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Next slide, please. So in our workshop today, we're going to be covering the status of Act 14 to date, the criteria we used for identifying the lands that we're going to be sharing later in the presentation, a walkthrough of the 8 helo parcels that we've identified, and in addition, the due diligence framework that we've established for what questions that we have on these properties to ensure that they're really quality lands that we're getting for the department. And lastly, answer any questions or feedback that the commission may have. Tomorrow is going to be the decision day, but for now, this is just the workshop to get you guys up to date. Next slide, please. So what is Act 14? Act 14 is a settlement agreement to make the trust whole. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act set aside 203,500 acres for the homestead program in 1920. And Act 14 was passed into law to transfer 16,518 acres to compensate DHHL for the state's use of trust lands between 1959 and 1988. The remaining balance in Act 14 is 619 acres. Next slide, please. So how we found this remaining balance was we used a BLNR action item. That was a moment in time where the DHHL and BLNR came to an agreement on what was remaining in the trust. There's some additional information on how we got to the 619 number, but for the sake of the presentation, it was acres received since that point in time was 124. We have some projects that require additional pending properties. And so if you subtract those two numbers out, you get 619 acres. Next slide, please. So why do these properties matter to the department? This is going to be the 8 helo properties. It's 334 acres. And the first reason is that it closes the remaining Act 14 gap by 54%. And so this has been a long-standing settlement. And so working to close this settlement is really important to the department and making the trust whole. Additionally, one of the properties is an industrially zoned property adjacent to our land holdings. And this allows for about a 20-acre industrial development opportunity in the Hilo town core, which could be an excellent revenue generating asset for the department. The other property is a Hilo town core property that enables, contiguous residential and agricultural development near schools, jobs, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. So our workshop roadmap, we're going to walk through how we found these properties, the framework for how the transfer is going to occur, and lastly, the due diligence, which is the research and asking the right questions on the properties to make sure they're good lands, and how we're going to close and actually acquire the properties. Next slide. So the criteria for identifying the lands, we were looking for underutilized lands. We're looking for land with no or resolvable encumbrances. We're looking for properties that were nearby infrastructure, so electric, water, broadband, anything that essentially makes the cost of development cheaper and allows us to bring homesteads to beneficiaries at a lower price point. Next, we're looking for proximity to services that might be valuable to beneficiaries, such as hospitals, schools, elite trust resources, and also transportation access. That's another important component. And lastly, transfer eligible land. So this is state and county land that we're reviewing for Act 14. Next slide. So the initial land search, how we did this is we looked in GIS, which is a mapping software to find properties. From there, we compared this against regional and island plans. And most importantly, we collaborated with other government agencies to find properties that might not be readily, we wouldn't necessarily find them on our own, but by working with these government agencies, we're able to find good properties. Next slide, please. So the framework for the transfer. The first step is identifying the first round of properties, engaging with the consultants that are going to be doing the due diligence work, and also resolving encumbrances. And so part of this process is also getting agreement from the necessary government agencies that we can go ahead and acquire these properties. Next slide, please. So this is a matrix showing the properties. We don't need to spend too much time on this, but it's important to have it for your review later on. Next slide. So this is the first property that we are currently considering acquisition. This is 135 Operation Street. The property that we're considering is highlighted in green, and our current land inventory is highlighted in purple. So here you can see this really offers an excellent opportunity for development. It expands our ability to I guess, develop at scale. The green property is 11.88 acres. It's zoned for industrial. Its current encumbrances are resolvable, and we're currently in the process of resolving those encumbrances. The current landowner is DLNR, and the current use is underutilized / vacant. Water and utilities are available for the site. A few things I wanted to make note of is that the county police station is 2.6 miles away, fire is 4.1, and Kanoe Lehua Avenue is adjacent to the property, which offers for really great access. I also wanted to make note that the current industrial vacancy rate in Hilo is 0.7%, which is very low. It's lower than the state average, which is already at 1%, which is very low for that asset class. Next slide, please. Next is the West Kawailani property. So once again, the property is highlighted in green here. And this is a 322-acre property. It's currently zoned for agriculture and open development. The encumbrances are resolvable on the land. It's primarily for utilities. The current owner is DLNR, and the current use is that it's vacant land. This is an excellent opportunity for development. Once again, it's adjacent to the UH Hilo campus, which is, I guess, if you look up on the, right there, that's the UH Hilo campus there, which is a really great thing to have our homesteads adjacent to. It's also important to make note that the Hilo Medical Center is 3.6 miles away. Kuhio Plaza is 2.7 miles away. The Hilo Airport is 5 miles away. And so that's just really pointing out that amenities and services are accessible if we were to develop in this area. And given the size of the property, it allows us to develop at scale, which offers an opportunity for cheaper homesteads through economies of scale. So this due diligence phase is really important to us in making sure that if we are going to acquire an asset, it's going to be something that is valuable to the department. That is going to be, first of all, opening community outreach to hear feedback and make sure that these are properties and areas that beneficiaries want to be in. Further, it's opening those consulting contracts. So we're currently able to do a lot of this due diligence work under a current contract with G70. And so that's not going to be going and seeking new funds. It's using funds that we already have, and also reviewing and presenting to commission. And so that's what we're doing now. As far as some of those questions that we have on the properties, the industrial property, one of the big questions is ensuring that there is not contamination on the land or something that is so cost prohibitive that it would prevent development. For the larger Kawailani property, that would be it would be doing a geotechnical study. So making sure that anything that is down in the ground is not going to impact development. For instance, lava tubes or soil content that is not suitable for development. Also, because it is a vacant property, we want to make sure that we do a very thorough SHPD study, which is the State Historic Preservation Division. And so making sure that there isn't any historic sites, cultural remains, or iwi kupuna that may, I guess, impact our ability to create homesteads. Next slide, please. And so the property acquisition, upon approval from the Hawaiian Homes Commission, the first round of properties will be acquired via Act 14, subject to those due diligence findings. So subject to getting all of the right questions answered prior to closing on the properties. Next slide, please. And so the Act 14 process summary, it's building the criteria and conducting the land search, creating the framework for transfer, and lastly, the stage that we're in now for this first round of properties, the due diligence and property acquisition. Thank you, Commission.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? This is just for information. We're going to take action tomorrow, but for now, this workshop is your opportunity to ask any specific questions about the two parcels that were shown.
Chair, a couple of questions.
Commissioner Freitas.
First of all, good job. Well put together. So Act 14, basically, that's the amount of land that's owed to us, right? And are we looking at dealing our properties, assessing dealing our properties that are underutilized? And are we kind of going after those? Is that how it works?
It's all state lands. These properties are DLNR properties, but that would be for any state land.
Okay, so did DLNR come to us, or did we identify them on our own and say, hey, these two properties are can potentially fall into the Act 14 category?
It was a collaborative process. So DLNR recommended some properties, and we also did our own research. These two properties were from research that we conducted as a department.
Very cool. No, I'm just asking because, like we've talked in the past, the cost of infrastructure is the most expensive part of the project. Also looking at the majority, especially here in the Big Island, a lot of the land inventory we have is not very conducive. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's not conducive. It's not close to roads, hospitals, utilities, like schools, like you said earlier. So I like both these properties. For the Kauai Lani one, are you guys looking at kind of a mixed use kind of thing, commercial and homesteading, or strictly homesteading?
That's not really under my research capacity. That's not my decision to make. I think that it would be suitable for agriculture. It would be suitable for residential in addition to subsistence agriculture, but that's not really my decision.
So basically this property can check all the boxes. If we acquire it, it can be for multiple use or whatever we decide when the time comes.
So this will require a lot of collaboration with other divisions, collaborating with planning as well as with LMD on identifying what those other options may be. As you've heard before, the legislature, they also ask us, what are some of those revenue producing opportunities do we have? So that would be able to, an asset like this would be able to address those types of opportunities.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. Where it's located, close to the school and close to the heart of Hilo. Yes. It's a great location, and it could be used for a multitude of things that benefit the beneficiaries as well as the department.
Commissioner, I also want to add in mahalo to Riley and really looking forward, looking towards the type of properties that would make sense that fill those categories. And, it is also not only identifying it for the purpose of moving forward our mission, but also being, approaching the different departments that have these types of lands that have sat there and having those types of conversations. So it's not really, we haven't sat back on it. We're actually moving forward and really accelerating this process.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at in my question. Sorry, I could have probably phrased it better, but to have the relationship with DNR and to be proactive to look at potential lands that are in a great area and be beneficial, like I said, to both parties, the beneficiaries, as well as a revenue generating opportunity for the department. That's great, bro. Good job. Thank you.
And Commissioner Kaneko?
I agree with what Commissioner Freitas is looking at, that 322 acres. And I know you can't get that slide back up there, but that's a lot of acreage. I like where you found it. And I'm curious, just because this is a workshop, right? We want to get our questions done today so that there are fewer questions tomorrow. But the mixed use, because I see it's listed as development for residential. So we're looking at putting homestead residential there, but also a little bit of mixed.
The great opportunity of working for this department is you do have the autonomy to move forward on some of the uses that we're looking at.
Yes.
So not only, as Commissioner Freitas had mentioned, are there other opportunities, given it being close to some of these other services, as Riley had mentioned, the distance of where some of these services are, especially with the 322 being next to UH. We have that other opportunity in Leeward, Oahu with UH West Oahu. So there's a number of type of collaborations that can take place. And given the trajectory of the relationships that we have with Kamehameha schools and other Hawaiian trusts, this presents really a great opportunity to kind of take a look beyond not just homesteading, but how do we support our homesteaders?
Right. So what I see with the 322 acres is more community, Hawaiian homes community type activities, not just residential, but probably some services or whatever, community center, maybe some commercial, perhaps maybe a little bit of ag, all rolled into that. I'm curious, I see the UH campus, UH Hilo campus. What is on both sides of that property? And Riley, great job finding something like this. It's unbelievable that you're able to come up with a set of properties contiguous like that. That's amazing. Does it look, are those residential on either side?
On either side of the property highlighted in green, which is the property we're considering for acquisition, that is residential. Yeah, and so on the upper side, that is residential that's currently being developed, and on the lower side, that's residential that has been in place for some time.
The school there. Thanks very much. Great find. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of background. That Act 14, that was not only a transfer of lands to make our homestead whole or our program whole, but it also involved the $600 million settlement. At that time, I was the chair of the department, and we were very active in, not only going after new lands involving over 16,000, but we did get a $600 million settlement. It was $30 million a year over 20 years. So that resulted in about 3,100 new homesteads under that particular period of time. But let me just say that while we're still a little short, and thanks to Riley, we're looking at some other lands, we're not, and there's nothing, at least in my interpretation of the law, as well as it's a feeling of the governor, that limits us to Act 14. And that's why, we're looking at other lands beyond, even at the end of the completion of Act 14, to transfer to the department. So thereby looking at Honoka'a, we got a piece of land that we acquired, but there's also some lands that I believe the state housing authority has that we're going to acquire. We're looking at lands next to UH West Oahu that we wanted the university transferred to us, so we can do some more residential along with we work with Kamehameha Schools to put a major new campus that will accommodate and serve the 4 different homesteading communities that surround that area. So again, it's and then also just recently we flew up to Maui, and we're working with KS as well as the Maui County for this huge development in Kuia that is awesome, right close to Lahaina. And even on the federal side, the Hawaiian Homes Recovery Act, we're working with Walter and trying to identify additional lands to transfer under that particular law. And so there's a lot of additional lands. If we can't get it through if we can't get funds to develop, we can at least get new lands. And so the next 100 years, the program is kind of positioned to really, blossom in the sense that with these good lands, we're in a position to do a lot more desirable developments, less costly, but more importantly, address all the people we have on the waiting list. So it's a time that we're being very aggressive. I like being aggressive. I like it that we have a governor that's supportive. I like it that not all the department heads are supportive, but we got to do a little battle. But we are working with entities and trying to collaborate in other areas, and not only with different state, but also the county. even the federals who want to coordinate and accommodate their needs, but yet more importantly, accommodate our program needs. And so they, I think, are in a position because of things they need to kind of seriously think about working with the department. We are working with the Lease Trust, KS. OHA has, agreed to transfer Lot I in Kakakomakai, so we can do close to 500 new homesteads in a great location. So it's about being active. It's about using the laws, interpreting in a way that we're not limiting ourselves. And I think that's important. The department has too long limited itself. It's not asserted its entitlements to water rights, to land rights, ability to develop without all these restrictions. And it's time the department do that with the help of all the different organizations. So it's an exciting time. I'm glad you guys are a part of it. And you guys will make the tough decisions. So as well as make new decisions that will help the program.
I got the plug. Thanks. Great job, boss.
So anyway, and anything else, gang?
No, thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you item E6 and look forward to presenting E8 tomorrow.
Right. Okay, thanks, Ray. Thank you.
Good job.
So we can move on to E7.
Okay.
E7 is for informational purposes. A lot of the narratives that you have there is for you to be able to go through it at a later time. I will touch upon the progress of what's been happening in the development program. First area, next slide, please. You can move to next slide when you're ready. So we're going to be covering kind of progress of not only the program, but also the projects that we have, identifying and sharing with you some of the strategic funding that we've pursued and am currently using, some of the emerging opportunities. One of them you heard just recently with utilizing Act 14 on acquiring really strategic lands. And then what is that path forward? You've heard from Ori on the work that was done at the legislature. Now, how do we, and I'm going to use Chair's famous words of pivot. How do we pivot and then move forward and really accelerate this process for us to look at additional resources to really move the program of the Hawaiian Homes Act? Next slide, please. Next slide. Just wanted to share with you guys. You've heard it time and time again. We have roughly about 10,000 leases, about 100 per year. Part of it, guys, it's because there was lack of funding. And, having the leadership that we have today, Chair Watson is really looking, how do we develop for tomorrow and for generations to come? And so we're on a very accelerated trajectory. Next slide, please. We were committed to 6,000 to 7,000 project leases, and we're onwards. We roughly had about 25 plus 26 or so in 2025. So you can do the math of what's tasked with us this year. So you're going to see quite a bit of it coming forward. Next slide, please. This is just a slide to kind of show you what we shared with you in regards to Act 279, progress of it. Next slide. Oh, can you go back? Sorry, real quick. At the very bottom, in asterisk, once again, we're projected to award roughly about 4,800 by end of the year. Next slide. Here's the breakdown of the 600 million. Then you can take a look at it. You guys have heard it time and time again. Next slide, please. This is the location of the projects, also for beneficiaries to, as they scan through this information. Next slide, please. And these are some of the projects that we had the opportunity to develop and ones that we continue to work on. Next slide, please. This is the process that we go through. You've heard from Riley just a little while ago of how we acquire land or take lands that we already have. We are tasked on doing the horizontal development, the site infrastructure, and that requires a lot because it really requires what you're going to see afterwards, pilino, and building relationships. We also, sorry. And then we also work in conjunction and collaboration with our developers who have brought to the table and continue to bring to the table vertical financing monies. And that's very important because as we leverage funding for horizontal, we project roughly about 2 billion of that 511 million that we set aside for and appropriated and encumbered for infrastructure. They're bringing $2 billion worth for vertical financing. Next slide, please. So Pilina is very important. Building relationships is so important because as we move forward on a lot of the permitting processes, being able to secure water credits, et cetera, and so on, we got to build relationships with all of the various counties and really identify and align what they're doing, how they're moving forward, and how collaboratively that we can work together. Case in point, and once again, is Lanai. We've brought it up before. Limited resources, but since both agencies are working on projects adjacent, it just makes sense for us to be able to collaborate on looking at shared infrastructure. We also look at partnering with service providers. What this does, and you've heard it earlier today about staffing, we don't have enough staff. However, how awesome it is when we can partner up with other agencies, other service providers that become our extended arms and hands to be able to walk with and be ambassadors for our beneficiaries, help them walk through the process. Many of them, I myself, sometimes you don't want to admit, I don't need help. But sometimes I need help. And that's what they're providing, is they're providing that kokua, being that kako to our beneficiaries to help them walk through that process. Of course, it takes time. It takes a lot of lomi, and, we continue to do that. Next slide, please. So strategic funding. Just a picture of where our funding comes from. It's not only appropriations. We have monies that come from NAHASDA. We've been very fortunate that we have a NAHASDA program and leader that not only goes to DC for us, but also looks strategically with our department of where can this monies be used. And we've been blessed. I mean, you hear testimonies time and time again from our beneficiaries, how NAHASDA funding has been very supportive. So mahalo to Lehua and her team on really helping move that program along. We recently just received an award. And of course, it's not a big award considering we always talk about 600 mil and a lot of these monies, but we just were awarded 1.15 million from U.S. Department of Transportation. That is huge because in today's administration, to get something is pretty crazy. But we were the only ones in Hawaii that was awarded this funding. And so this is going towards TLD as we move forward on looking at the transit-oriented development areas and the zones that we're in. This allows for us to start to do further planning. You've heard some discussion of extending the rail, going further than where it is. And as it extends further, not only does it increase the ability for us to look at more revenue producing opportunities where Kamakanali is, but now you're driving that traffic towards there. You might have seen in the papers, now rail has another problem. They don't have enough parking. Kamakanali has a lot of parking. So that also resolves some of those issues. And so, great that there's not too much parking. That means there's a lot more riders. And, I confess that sometimes when I ride the rail, I'm looking at opportunities of what area can we executive order to DHHL or be able to transfer and use Act 14. There's a lot of opportunities that are out there. But that's some of the funding that we received. We had some work with Dave Chan on looking at earmark funds, working with congressional delegates there with Case and with Shots and so on. So excellent opportunity for us to be able to engage that. We also have some USDA monies on a consistent basis. Annually, we have about 5 million that's granted towards us. And that's more on a grant reimbursable basis. So we got to go through and spend that 5 million, identify projects that are out there. And we have a team right now with Dave and Solana and a external team members from Plexos that is helping us move forward and identifying what those projects are. So that's an exciting time for us as well. And then another area that we've mentioned is the County of Maui GET set aside. Roughly, we have about 42 million that's been accrued so far. We anticipate by 2030, when this program sunsets, we would have collected and accrued roughly about 89 to 90 million dollars. That's specifically for DHHL. So that is such a great, and we're also having these types of conversations with the other counties. If it isn't funding, maybe it's land. And I'm going to go and share that. I think it's on the next slide. No, maybe not. Let me just jump into federal grants real quick. For your reading pleasure later on, here's all of the grants that we've submitted for so far and have submitted for federal government funding. Next slide, please. This is the one that I shared with you, the $5 million that's guaranteed to us on an annual basis. I'll let you guys review that at a later time, but here's the information for it. Next slide, please. This is how we've been planning and really strategically taking a look at making sure that we don't miss that deadline. We're having those conversations, moving forward and meeting all of the different milestones. Next slide, please. This is the project eligibility requirements. So what we've done is, you've heard Riley talk about GIS and looking at those mapping systems. We've been able to automate some of those things and identify with our mapping systems what areas are eligible and identifying that. And so we can move through the process much quicker. And so we have identified for the fiscal year 2026, it was Anahola, Kauai, and Laiopua. Next slide, please. Once again, for your reading pleasure, this is how we've used GIS to identify some of those eligible areas. Next slide. This is how we go through the process of identifying the actual project itself. We've identified, and going through that process, we have to the far right all of those projects that we know would qualify. And so we're going in some of those pecking orders. We have enough projects for the next 6 to 7 years on being able to utilize this funding. But one of the things that they had mentioned to us was, hey, we have additional funding. And we're like, okay, we're going to ask for some more money. So we will. And we're already prepared for it because we've gone through the criteria process and eligibility process. Next slide, please. And then this just is a confirmation, an affirmation that, yes, everything that meets those criterias, does it also have that same meeting of the criteria with USDA? And so this is the process that we go through. Step 2, step 3, prep it, work with various staff members to be able to go through and do the PER, the preliminary engineering report, as well as the environmental assessment. And of course, that takes a little longer. So there's time that's in there, but we also got to be mindful of what those milestones are and deadlines. Next slide, please. I shared with you what those priority projects are. Here are some of the specifics for each of those projects. Next slide, please. This is just touching base on the GET set aside. This is what we've gone into the county and asked for. So it's gone before the county last fiscal year on their budget process, and it went in this year for their budget process as well. And what the mayor had assisted us on asking for was $10 million for the tri-party agreement. This prepares what we call future Leali'i 1C. And it's funny how we identify our different phases. So in Leali'i, it's 1A, 1B, and 1C. We also have an area that we need to improve the water system. It's something that Department of Water has been waiting for because of just creating redundancy and so on. And so that's what the 11 million is for. And then 8.3 is going towards the shared infrastructure. Right now, where we're at in Lanai is we're still kind of in the due diligence phase, kind of planning, going through some of that master planning, etc. but we can't wait because of the project and where the county is right now. So if we can be able to move forward some of our shared infrastructure, then we're going to do that. That's pooling the power and pooling the wastewater, pooling water to both of our phases. So that's what the 8.3 is. There was already a financials and budgeting that was done of how much that shared infrastructure would be. We would half it. The county would pay for half and we would pay for the other half. The great thing is it's not coming out of our trust monies, it's coming out of the GT set aside. Next slide, please. Emerging opportunities. So we've been strategically looking at our affordable housing credits. We've used that in several occasions already. One of them was for Pu'uhona in acquiring those lands with affordable housing credits. So we put up some funding, but the rest of it came from affordable housing credits. We've also done it with the Hawaii Kai property on the marina, is we put up some monies, but we also stacked it and added the affordable housing credits as well. So that's one strategic way that we look at pursuing the acquisition of new properties. And as you heard what Riley had mentioned, it's properties strategically that are near infrastructure, that's near healthcare services, near educational facilities. Next slide, please. And so different ways that you can do this is in acquiring lands is using Act 14, also executive order. I'm going to loosely say it, but mention to you some of the work that's been in early discussions right now. There's a whole process that we're going through, and we've had the opportunity to not only work with the County of Hawaii, the Mayor's office, and a lot of his department heads, but also working with leaders in the community of addressing the opportunity that's here. There is a wastewater treatment plant that really requires some work and there's some issues there, but our lands are right next to it. And there's lands that the county owns above, next to, or right below where our Laiopua is, right below where Kealakea High School is, and across the street from the West Hawaii Civic Center. And it's an area that was projected for a regional park. So we're having that discussion on kind of flipping those uses and the regional park going on the area that's near the wastewater treatment plant. And what that does, it allows for them to use the R1 treated water in the park itself. Now we have kind of the nice vistas of taking that regional park area on the top. They already have some work that their Department of Housing has been working on creating housing up there. So we would just complement what's around. So it's an exciting time. It's those types of emerging opportunities. It's not only funding that we've seen from County of Maui, but it's also lands like the one here in the County of Hawaii. Next slide, please. So what is our path forward? Next slide. We've taken a look at a number of different things that we can do. And so it's DR monies, which is disaster recovery monies, bond financing, CIP line item requests, other financial resources. One of the things that we heard was really being from the legislature was really being specific on what those monies are for, just not a lump sum, but specifically what projects are it going towards. One thing that you've heard Chair Watson mention is we have development agreements already in place. We have funding that's already set aside for that, for what we call phase one. We still have a phase two that will help us bring to fruition in completion the entire 28 projects, 29 projects that we have and that we've addressed across the board. Can you imagine if we only focused on like 2 projects and we would only be addressing 2 wait lists? That wasn't the case here with the 600 million. We had to look across the board, across the Pai'aina to address every single wait list. And so that's what we've done. Next slide, please. The DR grant funds, this is what was award. I want to say awarded. It was given to the county of Maui to respond to what had drastically occurred on the island of Maui. And so these are disaster recovery funds. And one of the conversations that we had with them was looking at some of the infrastructure areas that would not only assist them, but also assist us. And so these are the allocation of the DR monies. There's some for housing, some for infrastructure, some for mitigation. Unfortunately, the county doesn't have kind of the preference that we do on being able to utilize monies for preference for Hawaiians. That's why the Homestead Act was created. So their DR monies cannot go towards housing, but their housing has to be open because of Title VI, that equal opportunity, having it open to the public. However, we've identified areas that in the infrastructure category that we can work collectively with them on. And so that's one of the areas that we're looking at, as well as with the mitigation on fire prevention, on the resiliency, and so on. Next slide, please. So when we look at bond financing, we're really looking at areas that is impactful primarily to beneficiaries, and secondary, when we are able to address those needs, it actually relieves the pressure off of various state agencies and municipalities of relieving pressure of affordable housing, relieving pressure of water and wastewater, and so on. So one of the areas that we've addressed is we've come before you, I want to say, month or 2 months ago in regards to an MOA with memorandum of agreement with the county of Maui regarding the Waiahuli well developments. So this is if we took something like that and said we would look at bond financing. What we heard, I want to say, on the day that legislature was able to approve their budget, we heard several projects come up regarding bond financing. And that was some of the early discussions that we had with legislature was if we get bond financing for these big infrastructure projects, it really moves the needle for us and accelerates it in tremendous ways. And so if we were to take a look at bond financing and did a 5-year bond, a 10-year bond, or 15-year bond, this is what it looks like. I'll leave this to you to take a look at it and study it and so on. The next slide address another project. Thank you, Eric. The next slide is Lihue Package Wastewater Treatment Plant. We've been having conversations with the County of Kauai on expanding that service. There's a need for the expansion of wastewater. And sometimes we cannot wait until all of that is done. So we're finding very innovative ways to move forward with it now. We've had the conversations with Public Works and Environment and so on of what that looks like. This is what the estimated total costs could look like, and this is what bond financing could do. The big thing about bond financing is we get the monies now. You pay for it over a period of time, and the time would be based upon the length, the term of the bond. So 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. That was actually the initial plan, or part of the plan for the conveyance tax, was we knew where those monies to pay these bonds were coming from. Well, now we got to go in for general obligation bonds or municipal general obligation bonds. So there's many different ways. Fortunately for us, we're not trying to start brand new. We went to those agencies such as DOT and DOT airports and so on that already had received this bond financing and worked with their teams so we could be able to, in a sense, learn from the process that they went through and how they received it, who they worked with, who is their team members. And we're working with those same type of team members right now on moving forward and getting prepared for the next legislative session. Next slide, please. Here's another area and this is something that's been on the books for a long time, Lalamilo. Part of it was because of the UXO restrictions and issues that they had to resolve. We got it resolved, right, Okule? No, I'm just kidding. So we somewhat got it resolved, and we're moving forward on things. And one of them is being able to address an area that's been sitting for a while. And the site work was there. We just don't have the wastewater, but we need that for the next several phases. So this would actually move the needle much quicker for us if we're able to look at bond financing for a project like this. Next slide, please. We were also asked by the legislature on asking for specific line items. Case in point is you take a look at Nanakuli. You haven't seen it on our books. You haven't heard it from us on Act 279, but it's there. And one of the reasons why was because that CIP line item, and Representative Keela said, Alani, bro, how much money you need for that to get those 15 lots moving? I said 2.5. He goes, okay, it's in. And that's why items like that are in. So Ori went through and said, here's the line items that was addressed. And those are the conversations that we're having. We're creating these kind of one-pagers that talk about what those line items are so we can have really a detailed conversation with the different legislators that are in those districts, that we need some a voice and support to move forward those particular line items. Other sources of funding, LIHTC, dwelling unit revolving fund, rental revolving fund, private activity bonds, lots of stuff. And that's something that you will see in the near future of what we will be pursuing. This is just really something for you to read through and just know that we're being very creative of where we're getting our funding from. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you guys where we're at, and look forward to sharing more progress with you. Mahalo.
Great, Kalani. Keep up the good work, guy.
Just a quick remark, Chair. So Kalani, you've given just a tremendous, for me, it's great because this is like third grade lesson on roadmaps and where we've gone, where we're moving. And it's so succinct. It's takes a little bit long, but it's on the record for our beneficiaries to be able to view the YouTube proceedings with these slides. But it's amazing because in your story, you weave all of our divisions. Because when you're talking about where we're going, I hear Lily's name and Cherie's name and Juan's name, and I hear Linda and Ashley and Ori and everybody else who's in this putting a shoulder to what we're trying to do as a department. We talk about how aggressive Chair is, and that makes it rough on you guys. Yeah. But we've got to move forward. And when he talks about the next 100 years and where we're going, it generates hope, because the partners that we're working toward this, our CDCs, Hawaii Community Lending, LNY, Hawaiian Homes Community Associations, it's so important. And so when you talk about Pilina, to tie all this stuff up, it's so encouraging. And thank you for the brief. I know you represent so many of the different divisions in there that are working every day and on the weekends and overtime. So thank you for the brief.
Thank you. And I just want to put a plug in for Juan and Homestead Services Division, because as we move forward, all of these, there's the back end, and not just the back end for 5 years, but that's forever. So thank you.
Commissioner Marfield.
I just want to go on record that after orientation on Saturday, I was talking to a few beneficiaries, and they were really impressed by the presentation and very hopeful for the future of DHHL because of the information that continues to go out, that is succinct, that shows progress, that gives all of the information that they've been wanting. And so good job to you and the team.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
So true.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Juan. Okay, we've come to the conclusion of the morning session. The commission will recess at this time and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. We ask all non-contested case participants vacate the room. The commission may adjudicate those matters. Okay. Okay, we're back in session. We're on agenda item F8 for information only.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Item number F8 is a for information only submittal. I have the tenants under general lease 275 here to give you guys an update on their progress since you gave them consent to the assignment of the lease. So last May is 1 year, so they wanted to give an update on what they have done so far. So I'm going to let them come up and introduce themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Mike Ako.
Hello. Can you introduce
Chair Watson,
everybody?
commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to have DIBS Hawaii disclose our progress on general lease number 275. I appreciate the opportunity in Kauai last year and the invitation by Makai Freitas and Mike Kalakini to come and actually on the island of Hawaii discuss our intentions and our direction at the 12-acre lease in Kauai High with the Biochar facility. That's
Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Yep.
And the
So
people.
my name is Keone Ford, the president of DIBS Hawaii, and Donald Ford is my partner. He's not able to be here, but I represent our interests in DIBS Hawaii as the master leasee. With me is my business partners with Ag Energy Hawaii. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Aliko Watts here from Ag Energy Hawaii beneficiary.
Omai Freitas, Ag Energy Hawaii.
We have our two partners who are looking at long-term tenancy of land and power at the facility. So we have Bert.
Bert Takita, Kuakahi Developments.
Dan Knight, Hawaii Hardwoods.
So we put a presentation together per our agenda to kind of walk through the facility. Many of you who have traveled up to Kauai have seen a mountain of macadamia nut shells that's been there. About 15,000 tons of macadamia nut shells has been put into place on the 12-acre parcel. An existing infrastructure was put into place, Millennium Carbon. About $45 million of investment was put into this asset to do a particular lift back in 2009, and that was to make activated carbon. It was a failed venture. It failed twice. We recognized that it failed because it lacked one critical component, a Native Hawaiian relationship and a connection to people and place. So as Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and participants, we've taken on this task in this charter to decarbonize our industrial enterprise. And so we've created this carbon capture, storage, and utilization platform. DHHL testified in 2022 in support of our initiative to decarbonize through Senate Bill 2865, and that became Act 198. And we greatly appreciate that endorsement and the testimony of that. And what that led to was finding a specific location, an engine, and a site that's next to port that we could decarbonize. It so happened that this 4.2 megawatt combined cycle plant also had a carbon biochar operation. And so we recognize that our ability to lift agriculture, to break broken soil systems, to combat fire mitigation with applicable tools like carbon smart commodities like biochar, that we were in a unique position to lift food and energy resilience platforms from the Port of Kauai. So you can go to the next slide. So it was focused on CO2 at the time, the legislation. That led to a SPURB of $40 million, a special purpose revenue bond that was authorized by Budget and Finance. And we chose to use this site that we could take the exhaust stream from the engines and we could recover the CO2 from those engines because CO2 is an imported byproducts. So we import our carbon dioxide from California. It's embarrassing. And so there's no CO2 to lift agriculture across the state. You can't get dry ice anywhere here. You guys have probably never bought it. And so we wanted to change the direction on that. And we viewed that this asset was our ability to do that. You can go to the next slide. So here's Senate Bill 2065 Act 198, and it just makes mention of Dibs Hawaii's intention to do this activity. And for us to do that, it required us to collaborate and cooperate with other Native Hawaiian entities, for-profits and nonprofits. In doing so, we created the Hawaii Carbon Capture, Storage, and Utilization Consortium. That consortium was later invited by Hawaii State Energy Office to participate in the Hawaii Pacific Hydrogen Hub. So we were the only Native Hawaiian entity represented, and if not applied for that, they wouldn't have went for the hydrogen hub. We're coming out now in information setting because even though the State Energy Office did not get awarded on the hydrogen hub, we continued on that charter in this location, and your approval of the lease and the transfer to Dibs Hawaii allowed us to continue on that mechanism to showcase that Native Hawaiians will be the first to demonstrate carbon capture in the state of Hawaii and demonstrate energy sovereignty through hydrogen. So these are what we wrote towards in the bill, in the act. You can read it in the wording, net zero carbon capture, storage, utilization. This is where we are now, moving forward into a new lease, a new opportunity. And we're just really excited to have partnerships across our Pai'aina with nonprofits and for-profits alike. We can go to the next slide, please. So I love this picture because I mean, this is really what it's all about. This project is about generational soil health, and by having a kuleana to our carbon. And as the whole world is focused on decarbonization, we recognize that carbon kuleana is our responsibility. It's generational. It's our ability to sequester carbon and store it in our visible soil structure through biochar. You have a plant asset, over $45 million invested to do this. The runway was there, the placement of people, technology, and a will to serve Aina and community was not. So we're excited to be able to jumpstart that. It's not a greenfield project. We're not starting at zero. We're starting with an incredible asset. It will turn online. We can go to the next slide, please. This is just talks about CO2 and how we can scrub it and how it's available to us. It's important that we don't have any here, but the fact that we have our diesel fuels system here, we're purchasing our fuel, that we can extract the commodity from something we're already purchasing that otherwise just released into the atmosphere. Very important that we demonstrate that, not only as Native Hawaiians, but that we demonstrate it on DHHL industrial land. And we hope to be a shining example to do that on other ports as well. But we have to practice, we have to learn. And so by doing so in a small scale with a small engine gives us the opportunity to learn. So we can go ahead and go to the next site. These are the existing assets, infrastructure that's in place. So we're not starting at zero. And having the right technical team to address these things and have immediate commodities that go and reach the market, I think that's the key here. So we've tabled the CO2 discussion in this portion because we recognize that biochar is more important. We've got 15,000 tons of macadamia on site. It's our intention to move that mountain and to apply the carbon dioxide into our soil structure. And we can actually start getting a runway to start to lift our agricultural lands. We can start doing fire mitigation, have excellent tools in place, deploy, have nutrient and water retention on our lands. So we can go to the next slide. The storage capacity is something that we hope to demonstrate there. That's my hand on the left-hand side. So Dibs Hawaii has been doing dry ice blasting for the last 18 years. Been providing these services to the U.S. Navy, Hawaiian Electric, and we have done dry ice cleaning in the most punishing environments under the most crazy timetables, and we air cargo our dry ice in from California. It's completely unacceptable. So that's what led this drive that I do not want to be burning jet fuel to be bringing in dry ice that's in my hand when we are emitting CO2 every single day and no one's willing to do anything about it. So in 2017, we began this trajectory, and it's taken this long to get to the point where we have a visible asset at a port where we can now do this lift. So Some of these pictures here are the installations of the work that we've done in Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam for US Navy. So we have a track record here, but we're not an industrial gas company. This means and mechanism is for us to show our energy sovereignty and create a native Hawaiian infrastructure that lifts this whole piece up, right? So we're providing import substitution modeling here. We can go ahead to the next slide, please. This is what we'd like to get to. Eventually, we'll get here. This will probably be in a phase 3 scenario, but it's important that I share this is because the legislation around CO2 that was driving this measure that got us to this location, right? So that SPURB was a very important piece of leverage that showed support of a native Hawaiian enterprise doing this work. So this is a phase 3 approach. I want to go through it so everyone understands what our long-term ambitions are, but immediately phase 1, phase 2 is to make biochar and support ag. That's our big push here. And we mentioned that in Kauai, that we were looking at specific feedstocks to do biochar. We talked about the gorse in Kauai. After running some samples and testing over and over again, we found that gorse is just not an economical means for us to do that. So we found other feedstocks of which excite this plant. And that's why we have some of our partners here today to help substantiate another feedstock that lifts the value of this project. So we can go to the next slide, please. This is what mobile drives production will look like. It's available today. It's not high pie in the sky. A lot of the work I've done with the Navy has led to this development. So I stand by world-class manufacturers wanting to participate with this local boy from Waianae who's looking to do an exercise carbon kuleana on Hawaiian land. You go to the next slide, please. This is some existing infrastructure and laws already in place, legislation where we should be, by law, injecting CO2 into our visible concrete infrastructure. It's actually law, but we don't have any CO2 to do it. We won't barely have enough for Coca-Cola and Pepsi and our soft drinks. So we're never able to meet this need if someone doesn't step up to the table to get there. So this is something down the road, again, like a phase 3, but ideally in Kauai High, we actually have a cement plant that's right across the way there. They're doing precast. And so even our neighbor is in a position to be able to benefit from that and have carbon smart concrete. So again, another beneficiary, a leasee who's doing an industrial enterprise that we can excite, we can support that downstream. So we go to the next slide, please. And here's just some of the areas of why CO2 is so available, and why it's so important, and why having its availability in the whole state of Hawaii is so important. We cannot do this lift if we're not at a port. And Kauai High is the only port that we could do this from. And that was kind of it. We control the engine, we buy the fuel, we recover the CO2, we deploy, we put in tanks, and we're going against the grain and we can distribute that to other islands. So when looking at this long term to get here from the hydrogen hub, this is the only port that would allow us to do this model. And so we recognize that and we continue to push for it and move on and holomua on that. So that kind of sums up where we started, how we got here. And I want to go into now the biochar. So I think there's more in a presentation than that. There was an integrated campus that was a presentation that that's all you have. Okay. Before that presentation, we put together a presentation on a carbon negative integrated campus. The integrated campus is Dibs Hawaii as a master leasee wanted to provide land and electricity to tenants who required like large amounts of electricity. And so with that, we put ourselves out there. And so Ag Energy Hawaii was developed. That became what is the carbon, Millennium Carbon is now Ag Energy Hawaii, which is native Hawaiian owned. And so we're making biochar. Alika can speak a little bit about the biochar operations as the first tenant to the Dibs Hawaii master lease.
Hello, everyone.
Aloha.
So the biochar, how many of you guys know what biochar is? Nobody. It is the best substitution for fertilizer. The United States has to import all their fertilizer to the United States. Guess where we get it from? Ukraine. Everybody knows the story about that. There's some things that are happening around the world that affects us directly here in Hawaii, where our farmers are really need of this, where we can bring the biochar and we can mixed with certain stuff and use it as biochar. I sell it so cheaply for them. I don't say cheaply, at a reasonable price that the farmers can buy it. And not only that, that we've been working with legislation in federal government where they can get reimbursed for so much biochar they put in the ground from the federal government. So it's a win-win-win, everything we've been working on. Another thing is out there is this rhinoceros beetles and the red ants. We take green waste, we put it in there, we cook it all up. Okay, it's a pyrolysis. We literally are baking green waste without oxygen in there, and we get this charcoal things that can be used for filtering for our sewage systems. It can be used for back for farming and a lot of other industrial areas out there. So biochar is really important, but we don't see the benefits of it until we start making it. And we also are looking at making mobile ones so we can expand it to Oahu very soon, and Kauai and Maui as needed. So.
Thank you, Alika. And so when we last came before you in Kauai, we were walking into the biochar realm, and again, we're learning this, right? We're building this canoe, and we're willing to sail it and launch it. We're ready to launch. In the last year, in May of last year, you approved the amended lease. We did not receive the signed final copy until the end of September, and so the beginning of October. So we did not have a runway to legitimize with serious investors until October. So this report, so we're a year out, but the minute we hit October 1st, we were legitimized because Dibs Hawaii's name went onto the lease and it wasn't Millennium Carbon. And so if someone's looking to invest millions of dollars of expertise, equipment, and infrastructure to lift the Native Hawaiian endeavor, it's got to be in our name. And so I called to have this meeting because I'm thrilled that we were able to bring on some of the most talented and the best minds in the biochar world. We didn't have this when we saw you in April. And so that was the coming together of Blackwood Biochar and Maxim Environmental. Our partner, Jeff Bortnicker, is not able to be here today. He's in New York, but he's watching this right now. And I'm thrilled to say that bringing on that level of expertise with our Hawaiian leadership and our network team gives us the ability to have long-term deployment and receive the incomes to drive these types of initiatives. So we've got a lot of financial levers that support this initiative. This is a marquee project. It's caught the minds and the attentions of some of the brightest minds in the United States, in the world, who are looking at this project as a carbon kuleana supports island Earth. And I think that the excitement of this project has reached out beyond just our oceans, the connected oceans, and it recognized that we're trying to protect island Earth, and they're looking back to Hawaii as the farmers that we are, the navigators that we are, that if anybody can do this, it's us. And so I'm thrilled that in the last 6 months, we've brought on that level of expertise. That level of expertise has allowed us to work with Hawaii Hardwoods to be able to substantiate, elevate the needs of biochar and hit a bigger demand and so our ability to produce more, to do a bigger lift. And so, Dan, if you could just really briefly talk about Hawaii Hardwoods and the feedstock, because we can't actually make biochar if we don't have a feedstock. And so that's the key piece here. It's one thing to say that we're going to make all of this, we're going to take tons of biomass and we're going to convert it. Well, where did the biomass come from? And who's signing off on it, right? So our neighbor is Hamakua Macadamia Nut Factory. That's our neighbor. And so we have a mountain, but we also have inline feedstock of where a mac nut comes from. But that's not enough to meet the demands of the state. That's just, you could have a couple customers take over that whole order, and that doesn't address the needs of those farmers. And so that was key for us. If we're going to elevate ag, we have to be able to elevate ag in all categories, on all islands, in all ahupa. So if you could just briefly talk about the feedstock and our plantation eucalyptus, that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Aloha.
Hello.
My name is Dan Knight. I am the CEO of COO of Hawaii Hardwoods. Hawaii Hardwoods is tasked with removing woody biomass from Hamakua, including eucalyptus. And it has become, I won't go into you're from the Big Island, you're familiar with the issues around the eucalyptus and that type of thing. And so we through a Native Hawaiian owned company. We're the contractors. We're coming in behind. We bring in the crews to take down the trees, remove them, and heretofore it was for export. And we have nothing to do with the land. What happens after it, we're not lessees. Again, we're behind the Native Hawaiian group that is coordinating all of this. And we were tasked with the practical idea of how do you pay for removing all of that. And heretofore, the idea has been export. But the exciting thing here is that some of that biomass, regardless, can go to Keone folks and they can make biochar out of it. And then instead of just harvesting the land, the biochar from that land can be put back into the land so that it can help grow. And I'm not an agriculturalist, but it was very, very exciting that we can do this. The other thing that we're pursuing with DIBS Hawaii is to perhaps put an engineered wood product facility in at that location. And prior to this, people have asked, well, why don't you do something useful with the logs? Why are you sending it overseas? Well, think about it. Think about taking a green field, turning it into industrial zoned, and then building a power plant, and not only just a power plant, but also have steam and heat and all the things that you need in order to have an industrial mill going. It would take forever, and the need from the landowners and the lessees that have the land with the eucalyptus on it is to get rid of it sooner rather than later. Well, out of the blue, we have a facility that's zoned industrial. DHHL, you guys had kept up the air permits for the existing system. I mean, it's like everything you would need in order to do something like this is there and available through these guys. And so to the extent that we can be helpful, we want to divert the biomass to DIBS and look at doing something additional. But I think it is a tremendous opportunity, and what they're doing is we wholeheartedly support.
Thank you for that, Dan. And so in your briefing, you actually, we did an integrated campus in your briefing, and it's not up on presentation, so you can't see it, but it was really to be informative exactly to this, the intention of what is a CCSU, what is carbon capture, storage, and utilization. And we simplified that into, we want to create a carbon negative integrated campus where we're using rejected heat energy, steam, existing infrastructure, the carbon byproducts that are coming out of it and ultimately getting the CO2. All of those things focus in central back to agriculture, period. And so at that point, it becomes not only energy sovereignty, but it becomes food resilience. And so by having energy sovereignty and having food resilience, that's excellent. But one step further is the ability that means nothing if you don't have a home. And while we're doing this integrated campus approach and having the available 4.2 megawatts of power, industrial power available, just to put into perspective, that's about 12 Costco's worth of energy, 4.2 megawatts on site. So that's a lot of power. And that's our power. So if a manufacturer is looking to make a massive investment into Hawaii, it's very difficult for them to do that if they don't know what the cost of energy will be tomorrow. If we're in control of our own energy and our sovereignty, it makes it much more palatable and exciting for a world-class manufacturer to want to participate at port. And so by doing energy sovereignty, food resilience, water reclamation, we did not lose sight of the fact that building materials are really important. Building materials can lead to the building of a home. And I wanted to introduce Bert because they saw what we were doing, and they also wanted to champion our effort and wanted to be a long-term tenant for land and power. I think that's the key piece here, is that we have these world-class manufacturers and companies in Hawaii, local companies in Hawaii, who are willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with a native Hawaiian company and do this lift. And so, Bert, if you don't mind really talking about that, thank you.
So We partnered with a modular construction company they have one in California and in Jamaica. But by doing that, we're able to get a lot of experience already to start and dramatically cut the cost of construction down as well. Oh, thanks. But I think the integrated campus that Keone's talking about is what really is the appealing thing about this location as well, is that the power is all there, the space we need next to the port as well, so easy to ship to other islands if necessary as well on that. But yeah, and the wood products as well too that we're creating.
Thank you. So when we put together all the pieces of the integrated campus, we still have a runway on our SPURB, and we intend to take full advantage of the special purpose revenue bonds that were designated for this activity. This integrated campus approach really formalizes that we can come back with a much more solidified plan than we had in 2022. So we have an existing asset. We now have a lease that's already been established, and we're not using these funds to try and create this situation. We're here. We're here now, and we're ready to go. And the big piece when to do these things is job creation. And with that, we're establishing career pathways. We're focusing on people in place, stakeholders. And it's one thing to be asking for an opportunity on another island. It's another thing to be disclosing to you our pure intentions in this community on this island, on Hawaii Island. It was by design that we chose to be here. And it's an honor to be able to inform you of what our intentions are, where we are. And in regards to the lease, we intend to be a great tenant and rightfully so, pay the monthly lease rents and to do good work and to lift our pai'aina, to create jobs, and ultimately to lift and be a part of the community and be of value to the stakeholders. So that's, if there's any questions, I'm happy to present, but the integrated campus model, it was best summarizes what this group, this intention is here. And no better way to pay lease rents to have world-class manufacturers and investments come in and support. So that is something that we're very proud of, that we've captured their attention and their willingness to want to participate with us. Thank you. Mahalo nui.
Yeah, I noticed on that Act 198, there's a section that talks about dedicating a percentage to the Department of Defense. Are you guys working? Have you guys set that up?
So DIBS Hawaii by nature does work for, we dry ice blasting was something we did for the Navy. And so we have an existing dry ice facility in Pearl Harbor. What we didn't have, it's a table discussion because I'm not air gas. So I don't have CO2 to sell them. So I had to go and get this engine, to get this stream, to then create our own infrastructure of CO2, at which point I'm not under national agreement. And I now have a substantiated volume to provide to that need. So it's a table discussion. We installed that facility in Pearl Harbor back in 2016. We had a world-class manufacturer, Coaljet. We designed, build, installed in 90 days. So we're really proud about that. But the key piece was that we never had enough CO2 to then fulfill that mission. So now here we have this amazing asset that just sits derelict in Pearl Harbor and it can't do the lift. We can see the value of those systems, even on the county of here, to be able to clean, inspect bridgeways, lead abatement, corrosion from existing facilities, infrastructure. So the call and the request for dry ice blasting on Big Island is immense. I got 3 phone calls today if we could do dry ice blasting on the Big Island. And I have to say no, because I can't afford to air cargo in dry ice from California with the current cost of fuel. And so when I started this endeavor in 2009, dry ice was 65 cents a pound. As of this morning, Maui, if you can even get 100 pounds, was $10.25 a pound, and they can't deliver 100 pounds. And so you can see how far this went to create an impossible scenario for us to have this sovereignty as it pertains to just a molecule, a gas. But dry ice is something that should be available to all communities. It's just CO2. And for us, that's our ability to package our meat, our fish, our venison, go hunting. If you have dry ice, you can make the journey. We're not dealing, we deal with gel packs because we don't even have a carbon Juliana to recover on CO2. And so it's been a very long road to get to this piece, but it is these active steps that allowed us to get here. And it took the will of a lot of people to help support to lift this up. And so it is our intention to be able to deliver on that. Again, the first piece here is to reactivate, recommission the plant, establish new tenants, deliver on our biochar products, create the commodities, be a long-term profitable leasee. That way we can continue that master lease. And so when we are doing that and the investments are coming in first to do the biochar, we can have a phase 2 reinvestment and then we can go after the SPURB. But to that point, Chairman, the ability of having CO2 to do decarbonization, cleaning military assets. As you know, you can't just go and start pressure washing whatever you want. You have to recover the water. You can't just do chemical cleaning. Dry ice cleans with no secondary waste stream. It's a gas. So if I clean with 10,000 pounds of dry ice, I pick up 0 pounds of dry ice. It's a gas. And so there is no greater instrument for environmental compliance than this actual practice, this industrial enterprise, which we've been doing since 2009 successfully for the Department of Defense, Hawaiian Electric, and so forth.
Any questions?
Question, Chair. Just for my curiosity, you know what the term flash freeze is?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So on Molokai, that's what we were doing with the vegetables and the fruits, yeah, for shipping. So that was a good. I always wondered how they get the product from warehouse to without getting spoiled. And then my wife told me that, oh, they flash freeze, and I didn't know what that meant. So, but then you brought up that CO2 dry ice, yeah. So is that the same thing? Flash freeze?
So let me talk to that real briefly, if I may. So flash freezing is we're harnessing our energy, right? So pulling energy from the grid to bring something to an extremely low temperature. So we're using our energy to freeze something. Dry ice by nature is at negative 109 degrees Fahrenheit naturally occurring. So that's without being plugged in, without any emissions, we're able to go. Flash freezing is actually negative 20. Dry ice is negative 109. And so what happens there is called sublimation. So as that dry ice or the CO2 is deteriorating, it's sublimating back into what it was. The fact that we're recovering it from our emissions, and then we're using the biochar to put it back in the ground. The biochar for every ton deployed in the ground recovers 3 tons back atmospherically. So we're actually recovering CO2 atmospherically and from our own emissions. But to your point in Molokai, that's, I want to say that we were inspired by some of the work in Molokai because with the access deer, if they're coming and they're getting the deer, they're going to slaughterhouse, how do you get that out, flash freeze and out to market? Also very similar, the ability to incorporate, you saw that picture, that rice, that's the dry ice. If you incorporate that with wet ice for the commercial fishing industry, the boats can stay out longer, right? So the ice is refreezing in itself. And so these are just simple applications. CO2 is been out and dry ice is about 100 years old. It's just a shame that Hawaii has not been able to have a handle on it. And this aims to change the trajectory on that from a generational perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Real quick.
Commissioner Freitas.
Yeah, Mike, Kiliki and I, we did a tour of maybe 2 years ago and everything, and to see where you guys are now. Not saying you guys weren't doing well then, but to see where you folks are now is awesome and inspiring. A couple of quick questions, Dan. With the eucalyptus trees, are you guys burning them to create the CO2, or are how is that being implemented into this process?
Sorry. So Hawaii Hardwoods is not doing anything but harvesting.
Okay.
And it's a question of where do they end up? Do they end up at the harbor being put onto a ship? Or do they end up with Keone folks and their partner Blackwater softwood that uses a, well, I mean, I can, he can get into this. I'll let them talk about it.
When you toured our facility, we shared with you that what caused the facility to go to fail was the lack of literacy around energy. And so we shared with you half of the plant that was utilized is what caused it to fail. And so when we first saw you guys, we're like, okay, we're going to focus on the math nut shells only. And we're not going to focus on this massive reactor that was just sitting there idle. And it was not in our proposal to do anything with that. In the last 6 months, by meeting up with Blackwood Biochar and Maxim Environmental, our partner, Jeff Bortnicker, they came in and said, we can take advantage of this asset and we can now have an additional feedstock. The additional feedstock adds down to the bottom line and to our products. So it makes it a much more profitable venture by a multiplier of 4. Okay. And so that was very exciting for us, where when we started this, we were starting with the macadamia nut, but we were relying on the CO2 to carry the weight of the project because the value of the carbon dioxide was so valuable. And we were leveraging on the SPURP. By bringing in our new partners, we were able to verify and validate that the biochar alone, the startup, that total asset was more than adequate to carry the load. And then the CO2 could be placed into a phase 3 criteria. And so by coming to the plant, it's very exciting for me to come and tell you, we're taking full advantage of the full train. So by taking energy, rejected heat energy from the first system, we then redirect that heat into the second chain. And that way we're able to lower our costs and ultimately lower the cost of biochar to our farmers, right? So by controlling our energy needs, we're actually able to control the cost of our commodities, making it available to our farmers. To import biochar in Hawaii now requires putting it in a 40-foot shipping container. The average rate cost of biochar per ton on a softwood, not even a eucalyptus byproduct, is $450 a ton. The shipping cost of a 20-foot container is $16,000. You can put 20 tons of biochar into a shipping container. So if a farmer or a bioremediation project requires biochar, it requires them to put out close to $23,000 to import 20 tons. The plant will produce, in phase 1, will produce 18 tons per day. And when we go into a phase 2 at the eucalyptus, we'll be revving up to producing, 44 tons per day in a phase 2, which we expect that roll out in late of 2027 to 8. But
no emissions, but he was asking if it's burned.
Yeah.
And there's no emissions.
Yeah, the only reason, the reason I was asking about that is because I'm very familiar with the Huhonoa situation. Very, very close to that. And I was actually for it. I supported it in a different lifetime, in a different seat. I've been through that a lot. So I just kind of didn't want to go through that again because of the issues that we went through with Huhonoa. It sounds like it's not a situation. I just wanted to make sure.
I can assure you
coming from I was for Huhonoa. I was for Huhonoa because those are the work it provided, the jobs are created, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Huhonoa was a wonderful dream, and I'm very, very, very familiar with it. Yeah. What they're doing, they took a boiler system and open, just to say it's an open boiler system. Yeah. And there's a stack and there's remediation, but there's still
it's a highly controversial situation. Just want to avoid potential.
But this is
on the future. Okay.
180 degrees from an open boiler.
Okay, and then
could I just adjust a little bit more? I want to, because so what we're using is pyrolysis, is what makes stable carbon in the absence of oxygen. The plant is so unique. It's got Alstrom reactors. Alstrom makes nuclear reactors, so there's world-class materials in this facility at Kauai. I can't stress that enough. And so we're through gasification, we're not burning the mass, we're using it as a feedstock to create stable carbon. Through that process, we create pyrolysis oils. Part of that is a cut of wood vinegar, which can be used as insecticide, fungicide. There's carokenes, which is like a liquid smoke. You use that to do seed starting. So incredible agriculture amendments. The leftover oils can then be used up and through gasification. And so there's hydrogen is actually blended. The reason why gasification works is there's hydrogen in it. So the fact that just by turning on this plant, we're actually beginning the trajectory of our hydrogen hub presentation, what we said we're going to do for Department of Energy. And so when you say we're burning something, we are transforming a biomass into stable carbon. The syngases that come off of that are then reburned as energy.
Okay.
And so to that point, it's a very, very clean process. In our phase 3 approach, we're going even further than that to do CO2 recovery off our tailpipe, off our exhaust, because the commodity is so valuable and it's right there. It's worth our interest to recover it. And we have the technical know-how and the relationships to do it. I think that's the key piece here. We wouldn't do this lift if we didn't have the world-class manufacturers backing us. But to your point, this is
Just you wanted to
project.
when people hear eucalyptus, they kind of have Fuhono flashbacks. So I just wanted to avoid.
Yeah, no, I know, and I'm so glad you brought that up, Makai, because that is a differentiating piece, and that's what makes this integrated a campus approach so different, right? We have energy sovereignty, and we're able to share that heat, that steam, and rather than releasing it, we're passing it on to our tenants who may need steam, who now don't have to. He doesn't have to burn propane into a boiler to create the steam. We already have the steam. And so I just think that by doing things in a very small scale, co-located in one facility, it just gives us a unique opportunity to lift industrial enterprise. And if that means that downstream we can bring in smaller local native businesses who would like to be able to do welding, fabricating, and be able to be attached to energy sovereignty, we want to support that. Right? We want to be able to support other tenants who could come in and participate in an integrated campus model. But to start, we have 3 tenants here who are very much interested to participate with Dibs Hawaii, and I am very grateful for their Lealoha.
Just one more real quick, the job creation piece of it, skilled, all that, I think that's important. But I think, having that thought process, creating jobs, but also being tied into the Homestead Association. I know we're not there yet. I know the runway, like you said, is still a little bit longer. Is that something you guys would want to do as you create jobs? How do you tie the Homestead Association beneficiaries into potential job creation for them?
That's 100%. And so the Kailapa Community Association is our stakeholder, right? And so we begin the process of enrollment and participation within the homestead of which we reside. And so when I leave here today, you guys can go on to our website, Ag Energy Hawaii. It will be live after this meeting. So what I wanted to highlight is that we wanted the community to know about our intentions first before anyone else knew about it. So you guys can all go to agenergyhawaii.com and you can take a look at our interests. And then from there, we're now able to go back into the community. So it should be, if it's not live in the next hour, it'll be live tomorrow. Okay. But before I came here, I just wanted to highlight, it's very important for us to be able to let the community know first what our intentions are. And workforce development career pathways begins with people. And this is on People Place Project. So, and Dibs Hawaii has and continues to be on the Clean Energy Sector Partnership. I'm on the steering committee. And so we continue our work with Clean Energy Sector Partnership, Good Jobs. And so they all understand the work that we've been doing on the Hawaii Pacific Hydrogen Hub. And that this particular project, when green-lighted, is going to require operators. It's going to require welders, fabricators, technicians, equipment operators, and just your general laborers as well, janitorial, landscaping, and so forth.
I just want to ask, if I could, that workforce development is extremely important to us. We know how hard it is to get jobs up in the North Koala area, and that we're going to provide good, well-paying jobs. We're going to provide unbelievable benefits. And we're not looking at people just to come here. We're looking at careers where they can go buy a house, where they can live in Hawaii. I mean, you look at all the great things you guys are doing, are building all these houses on the island. 20 years from now, 10 years from now, where are those kids going to work? They can't find work here. They're going to go to the mainland. So if we can find them good opportunity jobs, I mean, and if we get this thing going up this year, which we will, we're going to hire 18 people right off the bat, and then 36 people. And then with our tenants, additional tenants, It'll be in the hundreds.
Can you guys work with the homestead in that? You know, because
Has to 100% actually has to go through, and
Okay.
I'd like to do a lot of the screening at the, with the homestead.
okay.
I think that we would like to begin community forum and engagement, community benefit engagement at the homestead.
Yep.
That to me would be the ideal starting point.
Okay, and then of course, you know, at some point in time, working with me and Nui too, and you're looking at the rehabilitation of our native Hawaiians. Yes, building homes is at our core focus, but to really hit that rehabilitation clause to move towards self-determination, livable wages, education, healthcare, those are all key components in that process. And the ability, like you said, people aren't just leaving because of the high cost, but they're also leaving because of the lack of jobs that pay livable wages. So thank you guys for that. That's for me, having a labor background, that's really near and dear to my heart. So thank you.
You know, you guys allow us a lot of seats up here, but I want to acknowledge our other CCSU consortium partners, Lay Foundation, Charlotte Poi out of Waianae, doing community literacy, benefit engagement. Friends of Waimanalo is doing our career pathways or passports program. They can't be here today, but they represent the interests of this group. And so by having Hui Ho Lako for Hawaiian initiatives, by having these key components back into the nonprofit sector is our pipeline into career pathways. We have to have a pipeline, and it requires these relationships. And so Friends of Waimanalo does amazing work here on the Big Island, on Maui, on Oahu. And so it's not that we're starting this program from new, it's we're able to tap into those relationships, tap into the unions, and get in those meaningful trainers so that we can come in and upskill and uptrain our local community. I think it's very important. You have to have the upskilling of there. And I think it's these connections that are already in place, that they were in the room in 2022 when we asked for the consent, right? When Dibs Hoy asked for the consent, those groups that I just shared were in the room with us because they stood behind this model, and they continue to stand 5 years later because of the importance of this lift. And so I only mention them because they're not here today. Does not mean that they don't represent this ship that we're sailing. And so I just want to mahalo you guys for asking the questions so that we can remember our community partners who've allowed us to stand here.
Thank you.
Mahalo nui.
Commissioner Nellis?
Really quickly, 2 questions. One, can you very short version explain how CO2 is important for concrete? Because yes, there's a lot of building going on. How does, I know you said it's a law, but why do we need CO2 in concrete?
So CO2 is a binding ingredient, and so it supplements the actual cement itself. So when you sequester CO2 in visible concrete, you're storing it away forever. So in other countries in the world, they sequester and they inject it into the ground or into the seafloor in Norway. And in Hawaii, we can't do that. It's not none of our business to be injecting anything into our aquifer. So what we do is we store carbon, 1, via biochar into the soil, and then 2, on the CO2 side, to meet the sequestration need of what is carbon capture, storage, sequestration. While the rest of the world is sequestering into geological structure, we would sequester via into our concrete infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question is related to the CRB. So I don't know about any other island, but I can tell you that on Kauai, it is a major, major issue.
Yeah.
Would you just briefly touch on what you said earlier about CRB and CO2?
I think the CRB is more connected to the biochar.
So if you had enough CO2 and you had a pile that had CRB, you could canopy it off, you could inject CO2 into it, and you'd kill everything because there's no oxygen. So the easy on it was if you have a pile, you cover it up and you just inject liquid CO2 into it, you could do that. That's a proven, right? If I'm taking my feedstock here to get tested so that we can do this reactor, I actually have to do this step. I actually have to kill everything in that woody biomass to make sure that it's not contaminated before Department of Ag will send it out. So I want to just address that. But to your question, let's say we have green waste, the green waste pile is starting to accumulate, right? That green waste is what I call woody biomass. In that biomass, if we're taking that biomass and we're cooking it, through pyrolysis, we cook everything. So that means if there's larvae, if there's beetles in there, whatnot, it's now been carbonized.
Because the reason I'm asking is because currently we have these traps that have to be checked daily.
Oh, yeah.
We have homesteaders right now in Anahola that are participating in the project with the state. And it takes a humans to go over there and open the trap, smash the bugs. I mean, it just sounds archaic to me. So being that is such a prevalent problem and, you have and they're in everything. They're in banana trees and they're not limited to coconut trees.
Agreed.
So this really piques my interest because we have a municipal golf course in Wailua that has consistently ranked top 100 courses in the world with almost no coconut trees on half of it. And so I'm thinking if somehow we could connect, we're building all over the place. We're going to have coconut trees and happy homes for CRB. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could be a part of the solution with the lands that already exist.
I'm so glad that you shared that because Alika briefly mentioned that as a part of our phase 1, we have 2 reactors. We need to take care of Kauai High, General Lease number 275. We're here because that is our kuleana, our responsibility to fulfill that obligation. In the success of that, as we're doing this by bringing on world-class partners, we've already began the process to bring on mobile units, coming back to Oahu to support CRB here. And by being when we testified in Kauai last year, it was something that was very close to our heart. This came up, understanding and having this conversation. So driving that to be able to have a mobile system that doesn't require being locked at a port that we could take to a destination and we could operate it from. If we're to be successful in that, we need to be successful in Kauai High and create the team. We need to create the carbon cowboys, so to speak, who are going to be able to go out there and go to Kauai, go to Molokai, go to Waianae and start to be able to address the piles that are there. So there are smaller systems. It doesn't require this go big or go home modeling, but it does require to have a launch point to substantiate that. So as we bring in smaller systems, we need to make sure where we putting them together, where are we inspecting them, where are we training our people to then, when we go to Kauai, we can't be learning. Right? I think that's the key piece here, is that when we go and deploy, it is out of an action. It is an action item. It's not a call to action. It is deployable action. And so I'm so thrilled that you shared that because those feedstocks and those partnerships, we can't do biochar production without a feedstock. So that's kind of the limiting factor. So if Kauai is saying, hey, we have all of this feedstock, this amount of tons, we can actually build a system to accommodate that. And that's our intention. And so there's 4 systems that are out. I can say that we're looking at 1,000 tons per annum of biochar created. And so that's the ability to create about a ton of biochar a day, about 1 to 2 tons per day. In the space where we have 0, 1 to 2 tons a day is a lot.
Yeah.
And what would that mean on a golf course? That's and then that made there stays there. I think the key piece is we're not taking the dry ice model where I'm burning jet fuel to import carbon dioxide. We don't want to be burning diesel fuel to move carbon. And so to your point, we want to be making biochar in the same locations where the problems are. And so that's the key, right? And so yeah, thank you for that. That's a great question.
Yeah. Commissioner Kalekini.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, Keone, Pomai. Nice to see you guys again. Just a couple questions. So the focus is biochar.
Phase 1.
Phase 1.
Phase 1.
And phase 1 comes into operation this year.
This year.
Okay. And then phase 2 is with the eucalyptus in 2027.
In early 2027, 2026, the recommissioning recovery, as we're going to take the most amount of time to be as safe and to be so efficient. So when plant B comes online, we got to work out the bugs with plant A. And 2027, we're online to do this Plant B.
Makes sense. And before I go on, though, Chair, I do want to commend you guys, Dibs, Hawaii, all of you guys affiliated, because that facility was just sitting there, right? And I visited the original facility. I didn't know it was on Hawaiian homelands, but until we found out that the previous folks that had that place, was behind, etc. Anyway, I want to say, great, commend you guys for taking this on. This is really, truly positive for DHHL. Okay, a couple quick things. So CO2, so biochar is the #1 product. And CO2 is, where does the CO2 come into play? Do you import the CO2 or you're capturing it? How does that CO2 portion work?
So we have to import CO2 to begin the infrastructure.
Okay.
So we have to, again, like we need to train and learn and grow people and play. That's going to require us importing, and we're really good at that. So you guys probably see these 20-foot containers coming in, and some of those containers have liquid carbon dioxide in it. When you go to your minute stop, you go to the soda machine, there's CO2 comes out of it.
Right.
You might have gone into a fast food restaurant recently and you didn't have soda. They didn't have any. And that's because there's no CO2. So we have to import to start.
Is this in gas state?
It's in a liquid state.
It's liquid already.
It's a liquid state,
Okay.
liquid carbon dioxide, and it's food grade, right? So the whole premise here is, since we're doing ag, we're going to take it to food grade, because if we do dry ice, now we can support the food enterprise. We can support our farmers. We can support our flower industries. We can support our ranchers, our fishing industry as such. Because post-combustion CO2 recovery is very expensive. I think some of the slides I showed up there, you're probably thinking to yourself, this stuff is really expensive. We had a $40 million SPURB to help. And, it's something, I'm from local boy from Waianae, Makata Entry, and I don't have billions of dollars, but we do have a heart and an intention to do the right thing. And the SPURB allows us to do that.
Okay.
So by focusing on the biochar and creating a ramped up model of profitability, it allows us to then go ahead. And then, so once we recover the CO2 from our own engines, that greatly reduced the cost, because now we're not paying for the cost of shipping.
Yeah.
And so we can bring down the cost of dry ice for the customer. It's one thing to create dry ice, it's another thing to create dry ice in a market that the community can afford it. I believe that dry ice should be available in every gas station in the most vulnerable communities. It shouldn't be, I have to drive all the way into Kona to get dry ice.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in Paoa, I should be able to go to a gas station and get dry ice. If I'm in Hana, I should be able to go get dry. If I'm in Kekaha, I should be able to go to the gas station and get dry ice. And the only way we can do that is if we're at port.
Okay. Okay. So you guys going to bring in CO2. Is the CO2 used in the biochar production?
It is not.
Process? It's just separate then. CO2 is for dry ice only.
That, and then CO2 can also be, and this is where I get really excited, we can use CO2 back into greenhouse, glasshouse agriculture. So you can dissolve CO2 into water. It mimics rain. Rain, the reason why when it rains, everything gets green is because it's got dissolved CO2 in it. So we're just mimicking nature. I think the key here is if we mimic nature and we play to Aina's rules, I think we're going to see the greatest outcome. Okay. So those are some of the key benefits. The reason why we don't have greenhouse, glasshouse agriculture in Hawaii is we don't have any CO2 to put in it. That's why you don't see it. Right. So while we're repairing broken ag lands, if we have CO2 in abundance that we can dissolve it into our water, now we have a means to elevate our agriculture.
Okay. All right. So CO2 is for that. Biochar is #1. Workforce development, that's a big plus. I mean,
actually, workforce development is #1. Yeah. Because if you don't have people who love what they're doing and appreciate the value of that, you don't got a project.
But by the time we get to phase 1 and 2, what is the estimated workforce in numbers of employees?
I would say a reasonable estimate end of year
rough
is 18 to 20.
Oh, that's great.
This year. So we accomplished a lot from October.
Oh yeah.
And that's not taking. That's not. I'm speaking for Ag Energy Hawaii. Dibs Hawaii, once it gets its own, go ahead.
We'll need about 60 to 90 people.
Oh, that's even better. That's awesome. Okay. The generator you guys have on location, how is that used in the biochar process?
It's actually not necessarily used in the biochar process. It's if we were to use the existing generator on site to run our facility, we go bankrupt from fuel because we don't need that much energy.
Okay.
So to make the biochar, it takes about 500 kW. That's 4.2 megawatts. So we'd be bleeding out fuel.
Oh, yeah.
And then once we start the process, we're actually able to generate our own. So plant B creates about, so when plant B goes online, it'll create about 1.5 megawatts of energy back. So we'll actually be in energy sovereignty back to plant A. And so the idea of the 4.2 megawatt station from DIB's perspective is to provide tenants power.
Oh, great.
That's what that unit's about.
Okay.
So the recommissioning of the 4.2 is not, we're not dependent on that to make biochar.
Yeah.
So if we focus on making biochar first, we're creating our revenue stream. We're revving up to the revenue stream. At that point, in phases, we will then get back and we'll be able to bring the 4.2 online. But the assets, as you know, are in incredible condition.
Oh, yeah.
Near brand new condition.
Perfect. So I appreciate you guys coming. Sarah, I think after they reach phase 2, it would be, if you guys could come back, give us another update.
Absolutely.
I think I would enjoy hearing how progress is going and how things are going over there at the facility. Thanks a lot for all the hard work you guys put in.
Thank you. Yeah, mahalo for the opportunity to come today and provide information.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Not. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, we have item G1 for information only, status update on the implementation of the 2014 DHHL water policy plan statewide. Lily and Sherry.
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here today with Shari Ka'anana with item G1. Go ahead, Shari.
Thanks, Lily. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Dr. Jonathan Lee Scheuer is also online. In 2014, this commission made a huge leap forward. We passed our first water policy since the passing of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in 1921, and this created our position on water issues and has had important returns. Next slide, please. There are 4 parts to this presentation, and I'll try to keep it brief. Next slide, please. So Water and the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, I'll be providing the historical context in this portion of the presentation. Next slide, please. So the one truism of water in DHHL is that outside forces have used their power and control over water as a key way to control the implementation and success of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act since before the act was even passed. And this has not changed for over a century. Next slide, please. This is a snippet from the debate from the U.S. Congress Committee on the Territories. Albert Horner with American Canneries had an argument against the passage of the act. He argued and used the fact that Kuhio secured the act by excluding the best ag lands and instead secured the dry lands for homesteading. So by using this fact, he argued that because there's no water for our lands, they shouldn't even allow the act to pass. Next slide, please. Similarly, AGM Robertson from Honolulu Rifles, who later became a Hawaiian Supreme Court Justice, traveled to DC and testified against the funding provisions for the act. He claimed that it would come out of the pockets of the white taxpayers of the territory and that this was discriminatory. So he used the lack of water and the lack of funds to secure water as a means to argue against the act even passing. Next slide, please. This continued through the implementation of the Act. In 1957, from the Honolulu Record, an old newspaper reported that when Hawaiian Homes Commission predecessors tried to build out Waimanalo, before Honolulu Board of Water Supply, there was Suburban Water System. And that water supply told DHHL, oh, sorry, we don't have enough water. However, at the same time, they promised water for Harold Castle's developments in Kaneohe. Next slide, please. 34 years later, in 1991, the legislature finally gave power to the Commission on Water Resource Management that was only created 4 years prior to this, the power to reserve water for DHHL. Reservations are a set-aside of water coupled for DHHL's current and future water needs. Next slide, please. But 11 years later, a Law Journal article states that even with this new power, DHHL and the Water Commission only secured 3 water reservations in a decade. And this was just for a small amount of land on Oahu and Molokai, not even touching on the rest of our land statewide. So with this historical context of outside forces using water as leverage against DHHL's ability to deliver homesteads, I'll be talking about water policy plan. Next slide, please. So the water policy plan was developed in this context. Next slide, please. Again, reiterating that the first time since 1921, this policy in 2014 was the first consistent policy for water that this commission had. Prior to that, decisions were made on a case-by-case basis. This policy plan was developed after 2 years of beneficiary consultation, so not in isolation. And this led to successfully securing reservations, securing wet water, not just paper water, and developing trust with our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So the development of the water policy plan, it took 2 years. There was a lot of extensive background research, a lot of securing records, scoping interviews with water experts in all 4 departments of water supply. In 2013, there were 10 beneficiary consultation meetings, just discussing what water issues we were facing. And then in February of 2014, a draft water policy plan was brought to this commission and approved. And then we took that and we went, well, I didn't take that. Jonathan and Kaleo took that and went back out to the beneficiaries and just wanted to say, hey, is this captured correctly? Are these the comments that you wanted? And actually ranked the goals and policies that we now follow today. And then in June of 2014, we brought that back to the commission and it was approved. Next slide, please. So the water policy plan has 6 main sections. The vision and the mission are both from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act directly. The values are based on beneficiary outreach. And then the policy and goals are both beneficiary and staff comments. And then the last one, the implementation program. So a Hawaii commissioner requested that we do updates every year for the past year and for the upcoming year. And so that was encompassed in this implementation program, and that's why we're here today. Next slide, please. There's 4 priority goals and policies. You can see the full text here, but to summarize, there's 3 main things that I want you to take away from our priority goals and policies. The first is our commitment in response to a lot of beneficiary frustrations that we don't just tell them after, but that we tell them before making major water decisions, and that we meet with the community, do these beneficiary consultations, and report after on how those projects are doing. The second is a commitment to advocate. Don't just step back and get along to get along, but to step forward and to assert our rights. And then lastly, to commit to partner with beneficiaries on education and advocacy. Next slide, please. And those are the priority policies. Next slide, please. And one of the ways we do this is through the implementation program. And again, the implementation program is what we've accomplished this past fiscal year and what we hope to accomplish in the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. All right, next slide. Thank you. And so there have been many achievements since the passing of the water policy plan. And over the past fiscal year, these are just a few of the notable accomplishments. The first is continued advocacy to defend our water rights at various water commissions and boards. Honorable mentions are testimony that we provided for the Keauhou Aquifer Management Plan and Waianae Aquifer designation. Secondly, and also in no particular order, these are all very important accomplishments. Continued progress towards water source development in Kona and Maui. And I also just want to highlight the successful environmental review process for the KS well. Thirdly, beneficiary empowerment through the water law leadership training. This past year, we had one cohort and have seen a significant increase in testimony and advocacy, and this is just one sign of success. Additionally, on the Water Commission, Juanita Rare Colon is now a commissioner, and she did take this training and is a beneficiary. And I just want to note here that of the 55 people who have served on the Water Commission, she is the 16th woman and the first person from Molokai to sit on the commission. Fourth, our participation in the East Maui Community Water Board, Ahavaio Maui Hikina. There's been a lot of movement and progress this year. Fifth, the revival of the Water Hui. So the Water Hui is an intra-departmental group that meets and has meetings monthly with various staff on different projects that touch on water. And then finally, interagency coordination meetings. These are meetings that we have with other state departments and agencies to coordinate beneficiary outreach and various projects and seeking collaboration together. Next slide, please. Thank you. Looking forward, these are just a few of our major goals for fiscal year 27. First, continued water advocacy, support for the review of permits and also the Ahavaio Maui Hikina, continued training, planning and studies. This includes due diligence, our water system rates and cost of service study, and the development of a water resource development plan. Reservations, protecting existing reservations and securing new reservations, and source development. So this includes our efforts in West Hawaii and Maui. And not listed here, revisiting the development of a water branch. Thank you. I'm sorry, I know that was a lot of information very quickly, but if you have any questions, both myself, Lily, or Jonathan are available to answer them.
Any questions? Oh, very good. Thank you.
Just a comment. We appreciate your being aggressive, and this is not a passive message to the commission or to the community that, as you get aggressive like this, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Got to fight for the Hawaiians.
Sure.
Yeah.
Commissioner. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, those first couple slides, you had those guys who kind of seemed kind of devious. I mean, we talk about any recourse on that, or it's too late?
A historical setting.
Chair.
Recourse.
Well, they gave us the junk land, and they admitted that the good land was for the sugarcane.
Oh yeah, well that's where ADC comes in. They've gotten, so we're working with them trying to maybe get part of it back, and then we've identified other lands that we're trying to grab. Then there's some conveyances that are pending that we're trying to get in there and make adjustments and maybe have it transferred to us. There's a DOA we're dealing with. It's a constant battle. So
yeah, I mean I think my point is that we know that they stiffed us. I mean, so they should. Well, they should.
Yeah, and it's like Prince Kuhio. He knows they stiffed us, but he went with it. They got the act passed, and now it's our turn to fix that, and that's why we brought one of his successors, Riley Konanako, on. He's doing a good job. So that was one of the action items we're going to vote on tomorrow. Act 14, couple parcels being transferred to us. In addition, the closing amount involving over 16,000 acres. So there is some, adjustments that's being done, but that's not enough. We need to continue
I
on.
think we need to expand on
Yeah.
Act 14.
That's what we're doing.
Mahalo for the discussion.
Okay.
Again, for the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here with Cherie Ka'anana, item G2. Cherie.
Thank you, Lily.
Okay. Hello. And thank you, Jonathan. You want to say a few comments, Jonathan? Sure.
No, just enjoying the discussion. I will say, I think every commissioner at that table and every beneficiary in the room that is here generations after Kuhio's work is a testament of the Lahui's response to those people, that despite it all, there's been incredible success. Like the last presentation, these businessmen doing these amazing things. Sure, give us the land that's hard to work with. We will work with it and we'll succeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thank you. All right, providing the water policy plan update on water projects and issues for West Hawaii, G2. I just went over the water policy plan, but priority goal number 1 is to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis. And that's why we do these updates. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go over briefly the 3 main takeaways that I hope you take away from this conversation. Next slide, please. All right, potential water sources for DHHL's lands in North Kona. So we have a few water sources that are shown on the map here. We have the Kamehameha School's Keauhou well site that has approximately 0.66 million gallons a day anticipated to be to have the capacity from that, and a potential for an additional 0.33 million gallons a day. The second site is the Cannery Commercial LLC Gianulius well, which is also anticipated to generate approximately 0.66 million gallons a day. And I just want to reiterate that there was a very successful environmental review process that was led by Lily. So I just wanted to acknowledge her there. And then also the Otso well that we are supposed to get about 18,000 gallons per day from. And that one is from a 2020 tri-party agreement with HHFDC and NELHA. Next slide, please. So how do we pivot and move forward in accelerating our homesteading by turning paper water into wet water? So we do that by forging a pathway for our future homesteading, by strategically gathering these multiple water sources as just shown in the prior slide, by making agreements and collaborating with other water purveyors, and as I mentioned in the Water Policy Plan Implementation Plan update, by creating a statewide water resource development plan. Next slide, please. Kawai High water. The current water rates that are approved by this commission were approved in 2017. Currently, Kawai High has the highest water rates out of all of DHHL's water systems. And in March of 2025, this commission approved a temporary water subsidy that was effective July 1st in the July billing cycle. That one has no current end date, but will be updated but will end when there is an update on the water rates. So in the next bullet point, you can see that a water rate study and cost of service fee study is currently in procurement, and it is our 2027 fiscal year goal to update our water rates for all of our water systems across the Pai'aina, including Kawai High. And we also want to work on long-term solutions for quantity and cost. As I mentioned, we have been having water hui meetings monthly, and this is a recurring topic in those discussions. Next slide, please. Okay. Beneficiary capacity building. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I mentioned previously, we have been having a water law training. In June of 2022, the Hawaii County Council considered an amendment that would have designated a seat for a DHHL representative. And although that did not survive a second reading, what it did do is it generated significant conversation and testimony amongst DHHL beneficiaries and DHHL leadership. Specifically, Uncle Pat Kavaiola'a said that if they're not going to make a seat for us, what we can do is we can train our beneficiaries so that we're ready to apply and we're ready to sit on these seats and these commissions when they are available. So in collaboration with the William S. Richardson School of Law's Kuhuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law, we have held 6 cohorts since the creation of these trainings and have had participants from all across the Pai'aina. And as I also mentioned, we do have a representative on the Water Commission who is a alumni from this training, but we can't take all the credit because she is also just a very amazing person. And I also do want to touch on the next steps for what happens after these trainings. So that includes practicing advocacy, whether that's spreading awareness on bills or agenda items, whether it's supporting testimony, applying for these boards and water commissions when seats are available, or encouraging others to participate. And it is no longer tentative. We do have the new dates. So our next training will be June 15th, 17th, 22nd, and 24th. The application deadline is May 29th. And although not listed here, please feel free to send an email to dhhl.planning@hawaii.gov or my email, but my email is super long, so that is the easier email to send, and we can forward you the application to complete before that deadline. That is the end of my presentation. If there's any questions, comments, we're available. Thank you.
No, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Shri.
Mahalo.
Hey. Now we have G3 for information only, update on the West Hawaii Regional Hawaii Island Plan. West Hawaii Amendment, Kauai High, Waimea Nui, Kalakehe, Laiopua Regional Plans. Lily?
Mahalo again, Chair. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G3 is our annual status update on plan implementation in this region. I'll wait for the presentation to catch up. The first slide that you'll see shows our planning system. At the top, we have our general plan. General plan is statewide, updated about every 20 years, 20-year planning horizon. Last updated in 2022. One of the most significant changes was an update to the land use designation categories. Also on here, you'll see island plans in the upper right corner, second tier. Island plans are also really critical. This is where we look at our land inventory across the entire island. We're in the process of updating the Hawaii Island Plan. We also have 2 other island plans that we're able to procure. And so we're hoping to get all of our island plans updated. I think the biggest boon out of those updates is, number one, our consultants are helping us to build a very accurate, very comprehensive geospatial database that we would love to at some point be able to put on our website as an interactive web viewer. So if folks are curious about the extent of our INA, our land uses, and all of that nuance, that it's accessible to our beneficiaries via the website. And secondly, that gives us an opportunity to increase our spatial analysis of the land inventory and put as much land into homesteading as possible based on that feasibility analysis. Also, what you see up there on the left side, regional plans in the pink. Our regional plans are also very important. Regional plans, we have currently 23 regional plans across the state. We update them about every 5 to 10 years. Sometimes we're a little behind on those updates. We've done, the first round was done in between 2008 and 2012. The second round, we are almost POW, so 2016 to now. And then we're going to be starting back over from the beginning and going back around. Regional plans are focused on our beneficiaries. So like the island plans look at places, regional plans look at people. And these regional plans, one of the products that comes out of it is our priority projects in the region. That is our beneficiaries' way of communicating clearly to both the department and the commission how they would like resources to be dedicated within their region, both staff time and funding. Next slide. Thank you. Hawaii Island Plan. There's actually two covers on there. So the one with Kuhio on the front, that one was done in 2002. In 2009, a West Hawaii amendment was done. That's because in 2002, all of our land holdings in Kona were not a part of the Hawaiian homelands inventory at that time. And so we had to do a supplement, and we focused specifically on West Hawaii and identifying the land use designations for our Kona lands. The map that you see up there, that is the mapping of all of the department's land holdings based on those two plans. So not the most accurate today. We'll cover that in a bit based on the new land acquisitions. Next slide. For our Hawaii Island Plan update, we are almost finished. It has been a really fun plan to work on. The engagement has been pretty exceptional. We've done 3 rounds of beneficiary consultation, 4 meetings per round, as well as an online comment period, and we've gotten quite a bit of engagement. We didn't get very many comments on the 3rd round, though we did have great participation. And that just shows that for the most part, folks were pretty happy that at least by the 3rd time we got it right. So we're grateful for everybody's comments. We're anticipating in the next couple months to have a draft to bring to you folks. It is pretty extensive. Just a reminder, Hawaii Island has over 120,000 acres out of that 200,000 plus land inventory. So it's very, very intensive. The geospatial analysis went down to areas of 1/4 of an acre at a time. So very, very intensive. Also really illuminating. Excited to bring that information to you folks soon. And we hope to, in this fall time, be able to bring the final plan to folks. Next slide. We've updated all of the West Hawaii regional plans. So Waimanui was done last year, Kauai High before that. Kealakehe La'iopua was actually done in 2020. So all of our regional plans on this side are PAU. For Hawaii Island, just to share, there's 2 left, Keaukaha and Ka'u. Both of them are contracted. We're hoping to start imminently once we get through our procurement. Next slide. For our Kealakehe La'iopua regional plan, I wanted to share the priority projects. Again, this is how our staff and commissioners can understand what the priorities are for each of these regions. Number 1, North Kona Water Source Development Project. We've shared about that. That's us looking for additional water sources to add to our capacity here in North Kona. The Gianulius parcel, I like to call it the Waiaha parcel since that's the ahupua'a that it's located in. And then there's also the current acquisition that we're working on for the KS Keoho well sites. So between those two, we're gonna have enough water source for our planned development at Kealakehe La'iopua. We will still need additional water sources, so it will remain a priority in this area. Provide homestead opportunities for beneficiaries in the GAP group. This is actually referring to those who live in between folks who qualify for rent with an option to purchase and those who qualify for turnkey. Looking what are those options. I think that that is something that was a consideration by the current administration, the chair, as well as Land Development Division, having multi-pronged approaches, not just one type of option or product that awardees could go for. Next is a renewable energy initiative. So that's ongoing. There's lands in Kalawa. The purple piece that you see up there, that's off the highway, and that is currently under due diligence, cited for photovoltaic solar. They have an ROE for due diligence, but we have not completed all the due diligence yet. So once they get to that point, we'll be able to come back to the commission. Next, folks in Kona wish to have their own Kona district office. I imagine as Kona continues to grow and as we continue to award, eventually we'll have to create space for a district office in Kona. And then the last one is initiate commercial development of the lands near Honokohau Harbor. Now, this is listed as not started. However, community leaders that were a part of this regional plan update have been working with the department as well as the county to champion an agreement between the county and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to look at reciting the regional park that was planned for this area, and then trying to maybe swap the lands that were for the regional park. We're on the county lands, but they might be more suitable for us to do some more homesteading in the region. And in exchange, the lands that we had cited for commercial may have a large portion that would be perfect for the regional park and some of the other uses. So that's ongoing, being championed currently by Kalani Fronda and LED. Next one. Kauai Regional Plan, updated in 2024, their number one priority project is water. Waiola. Under that, there were 3 different kind of sub-points, had to do with finding a new water source. Currently, their water source, the water system that delivers water to each of our homesteads in Kailapa is owned by the department and operated by a vendor of ours. However, the water source itself is our neighboring water purveyor, Kohala Ranch Water System. We purchase water through them. It's pumped to us through a master meter, and we purchase the water at a flat rate, and then we have to pipe all of that to our existing homesteaders in Kailapa Homestead. The reason for that is there's no county water resources in that area. The county water system ends at Kauai Harbor, where our commercial and industrial lots are located. So our Kauai Makai residential lots are fed by the county water system, but that water system, the transmission lines do not currently cross Honokoa Gulch to access our Kailapa Homestead subdivision. And so the highest issue that we tackled last year was addressing affordability. It's a temporary subsidy. We're currently doing all the rest of the work to do the water studies and get caught up as best we can on outstanding water studies. And then one of the challenges with our water rates is that they live in administrative rules. And as you folks know, administrative rules are beyond just the purview of this commission. It's quite an onerous process. We're working on expediting that process, or at least getting more ma'a to going through the process. One of the biggest supports would be if we can get an administrative rules officer with the department that can help us to champion this. And it would be wonderful if we just plan to update our admin rules annually until we get most of the outstanding ones taken care of. Then we can look at phasing out maybe every other year, every few years, or as needed. Once we're able to address those issues, we're hopeful that we can address some of the outstanding water issues. It's very complex. We could spend all afternoon talking about it. So I'll end after those high priorities and move on to the next one. The next is an emergency escape route and traffic safety measures. Kailapa is in the South Kona region, or South Kohala region, which is a very dry, very arid region. Often when we have our out of control, high-risk wildfires, it's in Kailapa and neighboring Pu'ukapu. And so those 2 areas need a lot of attention from the department for hazard mitigation and wildfire risk reduction. The emergency escape route and traffic safety measures we're hoping to have captured in an upcoming plan. We're doing a disaster or hazard mitigation plan. It was funded with FY26 funds. We're hoping to get that off the ground. It will be statewide, not only focused on Kauai High, but will be inclusive of these types of hazard mitigation projects and mitigation measures. The next is the Kailapa Resource Center. There's approximately 14 acres of community use land that the community association is interested in developing a resource center. They've had some challenges because they have to cross a small gulch, and the engineering to cross the gulch is pretty expensive. So they're going to have to kind of overcome some of those funding constraints in order to be able to access the parcel and be able to develop their resource center. Next is safe energy upgrades. I've mentioned already wildfire hazard is a very high risk in the Kailapa Kauai High area. One of the things that folks have experienced over the past few years during wildfire season is sparks from overhead electrical based on the very heavy, very powerful winds in that area. And so long term, folks would prefer to bury all of their overhead utilities. It's a very costly thing, but we're looking at potential funding sources. Again, this is something we hope to feather into the disaster and hazard mitigation plan. Lastly, improve the coastal and marine resources in Kauai High through erosion mitigation. Prior to Kuali'i Kamara's departure from the department, he worked on two things, grants through the REPI program, which is like DOD funding, and he also worked on being a subrecipient to a NOAA grant. That particular NOAA grant identifies Kauai High for two projects. One is community pasture project, which is meant to reduce fuel loads in the acreage surrounding Kailapa Homestead. And the next is actually erosion and sedimentation mitigation along Honokoa Gulch. That one is pretty extensive. It includes fencing, soil stabilization, control of ungulates, native plant planting, and is kind of captured under the umbrella of the NOAA grant. So big mahalo to Kuali'i. Even after his departure, that good project is still underway. Next one, for Waimea Regional Plan, we originally had done this one in 2012. We did our most recent update last year. So the first one is a carryover from the previous year, Waimea Nui Hawaiian Homestead Community Initiative. This is their 161 acre community parcel. They currently have a federal grant that's helping to complete all of the infrastructure and help do the subdivision and build an emergency operations center for hazard mitigation and emergency response. That particular parcel is also going to be the site of things like an agricultural hub, an equestrian center, a cemetery, et cetera, et cetera. That project is ongoing. Next, highest priority, equitable and sustainable water access. There are lots of water challenges in the Waimea region and the extended region. This is inclusive of Honokaia. Honokaia has pretty extensive water challenges. Again, we could talk about this all afternoon. There's also, a limitation on the number of water credits that we have in that region. And so Cherie's presentation about aggressively pursuing water sources and water resources, it would be, very advantageous for the department to take the position as a water collector and to gather as many water sources and resources as possible, even if we are unsure, exactly which project we would utilize them for. Water is such a huge resource and has been a stumbling block for us in the past. If we're able to get ahead of it, that may help us to kind of proceed with this aggressive homestead development, which I think everyone is very excited to see. Next is to strategize and initiate subdivision or commencement date for Pu'ukapu. This has been a hot button issue for the last couple years. We are working on getting ready to do this commencement date. We should be able to do so in the next couple months. What's outstanding is some specific questions related to what happens to the folks who have been there, who have perhaps done all of their paperwork for permitting, but because there is no commencement date, because it's not officially subdivided with the county, they couldn't actually get their permits. But maybe they'd been there for 10 years or 20 years or 40 years, and they proceeded. So for all of our folks that are there, they may have a home, they may have their agricultural accessory structures. The feeling from our beneficiaries is, how can we help support them so that when we do this commencement date, when it's accepted by the county as a county subdivision, they are not hit with exceptional fines and penalties for proceeding when that was, perhaps one of their few options available. We have an exceptional resource in staff member Tim Hugh. He's been doing a lot of work on permitting. I hope to steal him away and bring him out to Pu'ukapu, and we can have some good conversations with our beneficiaries, assuage some of those concerns that they have, and have very clear next steps so that we can address those issues. And then we'll come back to you folks with commencement. Next is Homestead Safety and Security Improvement Program. That's kind of across the way. Folks shared, Waimanui is a large area. Pu'ukapu Pastoral has large gravel roads with not a whole lot of oversight out there. Lots of kind of illegal activities, folks goofing around where they shouldn't be, Honoka'ia experiencing similar challenges, people trespassing, illegal activity. Also in Kuhio Village, they have a lot of trouble there with speeding. All of the roads were just repaved, which is beautiful, but it invites faster speeds through a residential homestead. And so there's a variety of traffic related and safety concerns that the beneficiaries are looking to prioritize and work on. And then lastly, Waimanui Agricultural and Pastoral Pilot Program. We've heard from our folks in Waimanui that their preference is for peer-to-peer development, that they would prefer that over staff technical assistance, and they would prefer that over, some of the technical assistance that we've been able to source in the past, mostly because they feel like what beneficiaries experience in agricultural and pastoral homesteads is so unique that a lot of other kind of straight up farmers or ranchers don't fully understand the scope of the constraints on them. And so they would love for the department to help support them in a pilot program that is more peer-to-peer driven and can help them kind of span the gaps that they've been experiencing in their technical assistance. Next slide. Homesteading updates. So I have this little diagram. I should probably work on updating it. It's meant to illustrate that every little box costs money. Every little one, we need funding. And funding has often been one of our largest constraints in slowing down our homestead development process. Next slide. Wanted to share some of the lands on Hawaii Island that have been acquired. It's kind of hard to see because the Big Island is so huge. The red is our existing homelands inventory. Called out in the blue, which often looks like little specks, are additional lands, about 693 acres total, added across Palamanui, Waiaha or Gianulius, Waiohinu, Kaumana, and Honoka'a. Next slide. Our acquisitions in Kaumana, we already had a little over 16 acres there, 48 residential lots, added 121 acres, and there's a potential mix for residential, subsistence ag, and also community spaces. Next slide. Lands acquired in Honoka'a, total of 46 acres, currently under initial suitability analysis, and they're looking at a mix of mostly residential, but possibly some subsistence ag lots. Next slide. Palamanui, total of 725 acres. At my last update, I was aware of about 20 acres that the department would be pursuing for development, potential for residential, also potential for kupuna housing, but again, still in the early stages. And then we have our Waiaha parcel, this often called the Gianulius parcel, 127 acres, located off of the Belt Road. Now, the red dot that you see on the image, that is a proposed location for the water well. Out of that 127 acres, maybe 2 acres would be utilized for the well, the storage tank, and kind of appurtenances adjacent. There's also a little red arrow that indicates the existing house, the residence that you folks took action on earlier in the day. And then you can see the rest of it. Now, what this aerial image doesn't capture is the extensive coffee planting that's taken place. Over 120 acres of the property is in active commercial coffee farming. One of the benefits of our Kona coffee is that the way that the environment is, the water comes down with all of the clouds and the fog, and it does not require additional irrigation. I think this is a very exciting location. I mentioned earlier in what we're looking at, we're hoping to do master plan and environmental assessment for this. Now, when we acquired this parcel, we did an environmental assessment. The project description, though, was for water source development, but that doesn't mean that we can't utilize majority of those technical studies. We'll just be supplementing a handful of those technical studies, the ones that would help us to support looking at potential impacts from homesteading. So the actual work to put together an environmental assessment will be a fraction of the time and the cost because we've done these previous efforts in order to acquire the parcel and for the water source development. In addition to that, I think that we could do farm lots here, whether that looks like subsistence ag, so meaning 3 acres or less, or larger than that. Now, couple miles to the north of this, there's an area called Hualalai Farm Estates, multi-million-dollar farms. Some folks might call it gentleman farms. Most of those are around 4 to 5 acres. They have around 2, maybe 3 acres of coffee. These are beautiful, exceptional homes with a phenomenal view, multi-million-dollar homes. And this parcel is just right down the way. And so there's no reason why our homesteaders can't also have that same lifestyle and those same types of lots. There's a lot of options that we can look at. Things like in lieu of homestead association, a percentage of the coffee production can go to their co-op. And the sale of that coffee can help to fund their operation and maintenance of communal spaces. The farm tenant that's there pays a market value monthly lease rate. We're very grateful for them. They're also very well known and respected on this island for producing high quality coffee. I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to build relationships with them so that they can possibly provide direct technical assistance to our beneficiaries and see how we can fold that into our current ag lease. They have that property for some more years, paying that market rate rent to the department. So that gives us some time to make a beautiful and very effective master plan environmental assessment and to make some plans for possible kind of homestead development training so that folks who would be interested can really see what it would take to operate a coffee farm and know, if folks are going to step into this location, they will likely want to make sure that they're ready to be coffee farmers because we don't want to take this kind of beautiful opportunity with all of the plants already in the ground and then kind of let it go to waste. So we'll be working on that starting in the coming months. Next slide. Waiohinu Just want to put this on everyone's radar. This large parcel, the one in teal, is adjacent to the lands in red. The red is what we already have in our land inventory. The adjacent parcel is about 379 acres. It was transferred to us via executive order in maybe 2018, 2019. It's been a few years. We have yet to receive the title. This is something that's of the utmost importance. A previous AG opinion was that we're not able to give out 99-year homestead leases until we get that title. And so until such time, we're not able to realize homesteading on this parcel. This area has been in agriculture for generations. It would be an excellent area for agriculture, and it's what folks had identified. Unlike subsistence ag, folks talked about the desire to have true farm lots with all of the constraints on it. They want to do farm plans. They want to have a successful farm lot. They want to have 2/3 in cultivation and are willing to kind of take on that responsibility in order to have a successful farm lot in this area. About half of that area is in the rain band. And so the northern portion of it, even though it's nearby Ha'au Springs, so we could possibly tap into Ha'au Springs or a development tunnel, we could even just do water catchment in the upper half. Next slide. Wanted to share a few other additional planning initiatives. So we have Hawaii Island Plan update, anticipated to be completed this summer. Next one, North Kona Water Source Development. Again, I spoke about that a bit, but wanted to make sure I reaffirmed Waiaha parcel closed last year, September 2025. We're in the process of a letter of intent with Keaho for the KS well sites. Once we have a letter of intent, we can proceed with a purchase and sale agreement, and then this commission will hear from us. We'll be bringing the draft purchase and sale agreement to you folks for info and then for action. Next is grant support to Waimanui Emergency Operations Center, a total of $6.8 million in federal grant funds with a $1.5 million match from this commission. Mahalo for the support for that. They are currently 69% complete with implementation of that federal grant. We have homesteading master plans and EAs, the Waiaha Parcel Master Plan and EA, Hawaii Island Pastoral Master Plan and EA, hoping that that is a byproduct of the Hawaii Island Plan update. We're looking at some strategies for doing expedited pastoral homesteading on the Big Island. I'll have some more updates for you folks when we bring the completed island plan as far as how many project leases and how many lots that we can expect. Both of these projects are funded with, in quotations, old money. So existing contracts that did not fully expend. Mahalo to Sarah Okuda in LDD and Kihau Cartero in LDD for working with the planning office so that we can keep this money live, be able to expend the money, and make sure that it's on useful, important homestead producing developments. Last is FY26 grant funding. In this area, approximately $3.6 million to beneficiary entities in Kauai High, Kealakehe, and Waimanui, approved by this commission to support capacity building, facilities, programs, and disaster mitigation projects. Mahalo nui to this commission for that good work.
Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Ekwa?
Lily, thanks so much for, the effort that you expend to get these plans together is exhausting. And I think most of us have been in some of your sessions where you go out and you do your community work, and we get our beneficiary consultations and their work on the plans. That is stellar work. I've never seen anybody settle down a crowd like you're capable of doing. So thank you for that work. Having these strategic plans and these looks at where we're going is so critical because it tells our beneficiaries that there is plenty of light at the end of a very short tunnel in many aspects. The operational effect of your being able to get the beneficiaries to talk about what's most important is important because it gives them some idea of where to go and what kind of resources are required. And then the tactical side is that they've learned not to just wait on the department, that they've got to go out and seek alternate methods to get some of their priorities taken care of. And I know that that's just legion work, you and your teams and our partners and, you know, your relationships with the community and our other departments is really pretty stellar. So thank you so much for your hard work on this.
Appreciate that, Commissioner.
Any other comments?
Okay.
I'd have to also echo what Commissioner Kaneoku is saying. You know, Lily, since you've come to the department, there's been a tremendous flipping of a particular division, and I must compliment you on your ability to manage it properly and get the work out with deadlines. I mean, that's always challenging, especially with this kind of an entrenched mentality with maybe some of the people there, which you've changed. And it just is reflected by all these things that you're pumping out, as well as your staff and team. So I do compliment you on your work and your ability to get them to produce. So thank you for your work.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any what else we got here, gang?
Last
the
one.
Next item. Last item, G4. That's one last.
Yes.
Okay, item G4. For information only, beneficiary meetings and comment period report Ainamana land use requests by 2 beneficiary organization applicants for stewardship and revenue generating activity proposed for portions of the Ainamana lands, TMK as you see. Again, for the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Mahalo, Michael. So in this map, the large map you can see on the right-hand side shows all of our lands on the side of Mauna Kea. There are 2 tracks, the largest being Humu'ula, and then the attached one being Upper Pi'ihonua. I've zoomed in on the left-hand side to try to make it somewhat possible to see the area what we're discussing. So the red colored in area, that is called C1 in the Ainamana Legacy Plan. And then the black squiggly line that goes up through the red and then up through the light blue towards the summit, that is Mauna Kea Access Road, the lands that are, or the section of the road that's on the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's inventory. So next slide. I want to talk a little bit about the process. Now, I will say that this is probably the most challenging process that I've had to work on. And it's actually because of the framing. So we had 2 beneficiary organizations that were interested in stewarding and having a land disposition for overlapping lands. Now, that's not something that comes up super often, but this is not the only location where we've had this happen. The other location is a parcel in Waimanalo where we had 2 entities asking for that particular parcel. One of them was non-beneficiary. The other is a beneficiary organization. The next is in Kealakehe, in La'iopua. There's a park space in which 2 organizations, one homestead association and one beneficiary organization, are both interested in having those parcels. Our current process for land use request applications and especially for competing land use request applications, does not take into account, 1, a pathway for our beneficiaries and their organizations specifically. We use the same pathway, whether they're a beneficiary organization or not. The only kind of skip that you can enact is if your proposed project is captured in a regional plan. And in which case, the regional plans have gone through beneficiary consultation. There was a voting to identify the priority project, and thereby we don't do additional beneficiary consultation for those. That being said, beneficiaries have clearly stated that their preference is to have a different process, a different pathway, because beneficiary requests of land dispositions, in their opinion, is different than other non-beneficiary requests, and thereby the department should handle it differently. I think in addition to that, this particular process, it had quite a bit of attendance. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Attendance is exceptional. That's always what we want. We want more people to be a part of the process. We want more folks to be engaged. But it does make it really, really challenging to summarize. Makes it really, really hard for me as a staff person to feel exceptionally confident that I've captured everyone's mana'o. Big mahalo to Commissioner Kalei for attending both in both of the meetings that we conducted. Commissioner Freitas was able to attend the one that was in Waimanui. And unfortunately, our connectivity in Kehokaha is not strong enough that we can host video connectivity throughout. And so that presented a bit of a challenge. But big mahalo to our commissioners for being there. That does alleviate some of the pressure from me because they're able to kind of be there as well and hear. These reports to the commission are meant to help you folks understand what took place at the meetings and what happened with the process, explaining as best I can as a staff person. But to have commission involvement and the commissioners be there is a huge boon to us. And I have so much mahalo for that. So for this one, we did 2 in-person beneficiary meetings. One was in person on March 31st at Halekuhio in Waimea. The second was on Thursday, April 2nd at Keokaha Elementary School. Both were evening time meetings, about 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Notification went out to all of our applicants and lessees on Hawaii Island. A little over 7,400 postcards were mailed to notify folks of these meetings. Presentations were included in exhibits B and C, so you folks can see them. We also created a website for these land use requests and the meeting materials. Next slide. Wanted to talk a little bit about participation. So at the first meeting, March 31st, this was in Waimea, we had approximately 74 individuals. Now, not everybody signs in, and that's okay. We ask folks to sign in, but we're not going to force anyone to sign in. So not all 74 did sign in. Of those 74 that signed in, vast majority of the 74 that were in attendance, a vast majority did sign in. Of those who signed in, approximately 37 self-identified as a beneficiary, an applicant, a lessee, both, or a potential successor. For the April 2nd meeting, we had 104 persons in attendance. We took some pictures, so we kind of had to count after and see how many folks were there. Again, not everyone signs in. Some folks just prefer not to, and we try to respect that as best we can. Of those who signed in, approximately 54 self-identified as beneficiaries. So those are pretty big numbers. I think especially for those of you who've been on the commission for some time, having so many beneficiaries turn out for consultation is huge, and we're very, very, very grateful for their time and for their attendance. We had a comment period to follow the meeting. Now, for those of you that are curious, there's audio. Again, we had some trouble with our video capture and being able to have clear video and not have sound issues. So we do have audio recording of both of the meetings. They're posted on the project website. You folks are able to listen to it in its entirety, including the discussion. Majority of the discussion was actually folks saying comments about the process and not being happy about the process, asking a lot of clarifying questions, which was great. And in comparison to kind of all of those who spoke, it was a relatively small amount of folks who expressed a preference outside of expressing that the Ainamona is very large. It's really hard to see two beneficiary organizations pitted against each other. And they would love to see some type of resolution that honors both entities. During the comment period, we had 39 hard copy comment forms that were submitted. I scanned all of them, just in case you're curious. 46 folks participated in an online survey, 1 phone call and 2 emails. I actually had 3 phone calls, but 2 of those phone calls were followed up with emails. And so we went by the emails, and I've included those in here. Of those who participated, the hard copies, we didn't ask on the hard copy for folks to self-identify. And so I wanted to make that clear. I'm not able to definitively say out of the 39 hard copies how many of those are beneficiaries. I can say that they were all collected in person following the beneficiary meetings. Next, we had 40 of those who participated in the online survey identified as a beneficiary. The phone call and the 2 emails also identified as beneficiaries. And then we had 2 additional folks who gave comments in the comment form that just happened to be a couple days after the close of the comment period, but I felt it was relevant, and so I included it in the information. In your exhibit, you can actually see all of the details of what folks shared. Now, I will do my best to give a high-level summary of the comments. Please know this is exceptionally challenging because of the wide kind of array of comments that we got. So I've done my best to distill these down. The number one issue that came up was kind of a lot of pushback about this process. I've already mentioned that to you folks. We very clearly identified that this process does not fit, especially when we have 2 beneficiary organizations. You know, it was not my intention, but, you know, an adverse effect of this pathway and this process did pit 2 beneficiary organizations against each other. And it's so important that I acknowledge that as the facilitator and as the acting planning program manager. It's something that we've really taken to heart, and we really hope to come to you folks in the future with some alternative pathways and alternative options for how we can ensure that this type of situation doesn't happen again, and how we can look at better outcomes and better process for our beneficiary associations and organizations in the future. The next one is a lot of folks expressed a preference for cooperation. A lot of folks said both. A lot of folks said, you know, they want to make space for both. I think the sentiment was very clearly that they would like to see both. However, I do want to honor some of the comments that we received. Now, you can imagine it's really hard to stand in front of beneficiary organizations and give constructive feedback or criticism, right? You know, they all have to live together. They have to share this island together and potentially collaborate together in the future. And so one thing that folks expressed to me was just how uncomfortable that made a lot of our participants, and how, you know, if we can remedy that, that would be greatly appreciated. I think it is important to acknowledge that folks kind of went out of their way to share some of their concerns about why collaboration might not work. And so I think that those are relevant for folks to take into account. There was also some commentary both in the meetings and I think via email and in the Google form that all talked about this idea of a competitive process. And that's somewhat different from the feeling about we should make a process geared specifically to our beneficiaries. So I'm not sure how to reconcile the two, but I did want to honor those comments, this idea of how do we create a competitive process or does a competitive process fit here? And that was something that folks had suggested. A handful of folks had really taken some time to elaborate on what that could look like. And some of their reasoning was I think really important for the commission to take into consideration. They just said that, you know, it's important also, even when we are serving our beneficiary organizations and associations and giving them a land disposition, that it is the responsibility of staff, you know, the department, the commission, to ensure that these organizations and associations have the capacity to be successful in what we are, you know, collaborating with them on. The next one is concerns over the legalities of an entity other than the Hawaiian Homes Commission issuing homestead leases. I think there was some misunderstanding. One of the applicants was talking about how revenue generation from their proposed project, they would like to direct towards addressing the Hawaii Island wait list and the 11,000 applicants on the wait list for Hawaii Island is how they framed it in their presentation. I think we did see a lot of comments and questions asking for more clarity on that because folks were not clear what that looks like and what does that entail. And some folks took it to the next step of saying, oh, does anyone even have the authority outside of the department or the Hawaiian Homes Commission to do something like that? I think the applicant did their best to kind of explain that their intention was that the revenue itself would be utilized to support homesteading, not necessarily that they're claiming to be issuing out homestead leases. The next one was really interesting. There was email comment submitted, and there was some verbal discussion about honoring the existing Humu'ula lessees. Now, we do have lessees in Humu'ula. We don't have a regional plan for Humu'ula because it's such a small population, just like we don't currently have a regional plan for Waiahole, which has a very small population of homesteaders. But there are ohana, the Kaniho ohana have been at Humu'ula for generations. And that they, you know, consider themselves to be stewards of the land. Not only do they steward their 99-year homestead leases, their pastoral leases, they also are the water operators for the water reservoir that's on DHHL lands there. And that's how they're able to have water for their ranching operations. And so making sure that we honor and respect the existing homesteaders and make sure any entity that we bring in is not going to impede their ability to successfully ranch on their homestead and do the things that they need to do. When asked to express a preference, there was a preference that was expressed. A total of 46 beneficiaries and 0 non-beneficiaries expressed a preference for Waiman Nui's application. Total of 26 beneficiaries and 5 non-beneficiaries expressed a preference for Koakia'i's application. A total of 4 beneficiaries and 1 non-beneficiary expressed a preference for both. 2 beneficiaries and 0 non-beneficiaries expressed a preference for neither. 1 beneficiary expressed a preference that all homestead associations on the Big Island be a part of it. And 2 beneficiaries expressed either not sure or needing additional beneficiary consultation. Next slide. So for next steps and recommendations, I have a list of suggested recommendations. Again, just providing that to the commission for discussion. The first one is that DHHL staff can possibly conduct meetings with the applicants, and that we can use some of our kind of subject matter expertise to provide analysis of the proposed uses and applications with recommendations to the Hawaiian Homes Commission when this comes to you folks for action. Also, the next one, Hawaiian Homes Commission should consider the high participation from our beneficiaries and all the important input shared when taking action on these requests. I think honoring that attendance, the high participation at both in-person and the comment period is really a boon for all of you folks as decision makers. Next, a new process for land use requests for long-term land dispositions for non-homesteading uses should be created for DHHL beneficiaries and beneficiary organizations. We can try to customize that to the needs of our beneficiaries and to account for how best can we deal with future competing land use requests. We also have a suggestion. So the Aina Mauna Legacy Plan had a lot of land uses and projects identified. In December of 2025, this commission approved a long-term land disposition for sustainable full koa forestry that did not require additional beneficiary consultation. That action is the model for these land use requests, because these land uses and proposed areas are also captured in the Aina Mauna Legacy Plan. Because that plan, now I'm not saying that the plan isn't a good plan. It is a good plan. It did go through beneficiary consultation, but it is, an older plan. And I think that moving forward, our beneficiaries would appreciate if any and all land use dispositions that are long-term, not short-term, on the Aina Mauna do beneficiary consultation. If we do formal beneficiary consultation and follow that process, I think that that would be beneficial. And I think that that is something that kind of came out of the discussion. Plenty of our beneficiaries who participated said, why is this a meeting and not a consultation? And we try to make sure that we differentiate between a meeting and a consultation. Beneficiary consultation is triggered. Beneficiary meetings are for information and to fulfill other needs of getting info out to our beneficiaries and giving them an opportunity to comment and engage. If this commission would entertain it, I think it would be good practice for any of the land uses in the Aina Mauna Legacy Plan for us to do full beneficiary consultation, just to ensure that folks feel comfortable. The next is all land dispositions on the Aina Mauna should take into account the existing homesteaders that all have 99-year pastoral homestead leases and other interests up there. Also a reminder that all land uses on the Aina Mauna are subject to regulatory compliance. So any actions that take place up there, we have to fulfill Chapter 343. We have to fulfill Chapter 6E for historic preservation. We also have to fulfill Article 12, Section 7, Kapa'akai Framework Analysis. So any action that you folks take regarding lands on the Aina Mauna must fulfill all three of those regulatory statutes. And then lastly, there was some commentary and there was one written comment and some discussion about one of the applicants having placed a structure along Mauna Kea Access Road. And that was something that was kind of verbally shared with the department. And then as we were reconciling the hard copy comment forms, there was one comment form that referenced the structure that had been placed there. Beneficiaries shared that, the structures should not be placed on the lands while applicants are still going through the land use application process. And that, that was a point of contention for some of the folks who expressed that to staff. Again, having a summary of these beneficiary the beneficiary meeting process and all of the comments that we received was very, very challenging. And for that reason, I included copies of everything so that you folks could really take your time to look at it. I can also send some of the comments. It was hard to export some of those comments, but for anyone who's having trouble because of the tiny size of the text, you please let me know. I'm happy to try to, pull that out and make that available to folks. So, mahalo nui, open for any questions or any concerns. Thank you.
Commissioner Prater.
Yeah, not much a question. Just thank you for going through that. I know it was strenuous, to say the least, with the parties involved and everything. But just want to say thank you. I think the intent was to provide a forum for both sides to say their piece and to give them an hour and kind of lay out their plan and how they envision that plan coming to fruition. So I don't think you should be sorry. I think it's just constructive. You gave. I think the intent was there on our side to provide a forum again, also for the beneficiaries to ask questions, to be transparent, so for people to come and ask questions about it. So yeah, just thank you for putting yourself in the crosshairs on that one. I know it wasn't easy, but I think it was the right thing from our side of the table, from the department's perspective. It was the right thing to do at the right time in the two right places. So thank you for that.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other comment? Commissioner Kalekini?
Mahalo, Lily. Yeah, that was exciting times. Thank you for being there, you and Cedric. So yeah, just a couple, I guess, normally when we go through something like this and the process of meetings with beneficiaries are completed, typically staff comes to the commission with a recommendation. But seeing what we went through and the comments and such made, and I see your recommendations of the top priorities. The first one being, what was that? Let me see what I wrote down. I heard the comment there, Chair, at the meeting in Keaukaha, where beneficiaries actually stood up and stated that the department, why is the department pitting Hawaiians against Hawaiians, associations against associations? So that was shared more than a few people, and I heard that, and I personally don't believe that the department was pitting associations against associations. It may have come across that way by the comments from the different applicants.
Yeah.
Right. But I just say to you that it's not the department. Now, having said that, do we consider, a process that addresses just, associations or beneficiaries for land use, yeah, maybe that'll be. Now, but for this situation, I see going forward the next steps that the staff to continue discussion with the applicants. So that's great. If we have some plan moving forward so that at some point it can come back to the commission for decision making, I think that'll work. If we go ahead and set up a PIG and let's go do a process for association specific, it's going to take another year or whatever. That's kind of long, and so I think there's lots of opportunity in these two applications. I support both of them. It's clear that the Waimea Nui folks have a lot of experience. I mean, you can look at their history, right? I support both of them. I support the East Hawaii Koakia'i folks, right? Yes, there's mention in the report here about previous experience with some of these folks, but I that may have been adverse as far as dialogue with the department, but I see a difference. I see at least the East Hawaii folks are stepping up and want to be more proactive. So I do support the staff continuing the discussion with these associations to move this forward. This place is like amazing. I mean, C1 access road, you know, and I saw the pictures of the structure, and granted, I agree that should not have been done, and hopefully, you know, that should have been disclosed in some form or fashion at a minimum, right? Now, to that extent, though, there's still a structure right down there at the base that's been there for how many years? I don't know what we're doing about that, but, you know, there's that. There's so much ongoing things. I think deciding, and I really support a collaborative effort. If both associations can somehow work on a collaborative, you know, effort, it's a win-win for everybody. Yeah, and I mean, this is an amazing opportunity for the department, for our associations. I think just listening to hearing some preliminary data that was collected about the numbers of people passing through that area is incredible. Yeah, so Mauna Kea is a world-class location. When people come here, that's one of the places they want to go visit. So. Those are, you know, to the points that you brought up, Lily. That was the number one. And then the beneficiary supporting collaboration. Like I said, I support that too, 100%. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Any other comments?
Sure, I do.
Commissioner Marfield?
Earlier, Lily, we had said good job, so really good job, and thank you so much for your work. I just have a question around the organizations who submitted the proposals. If we know if they're open to having the conversation as we conduct, as we look at the comments and we see what folks have left for us to contemplate. Is the organizations that submitted the proposals willing to come together and kind of sit down and look at that together to see if there's opportunities for them to collaborate to move forward on this endeavor? I really like the recommendation that you talked about the beneficiary consultation process, because I think that helps, right? If we're looking at the pono kalahui, right? What is good for the greater good of our people? Collaboration is the key, I think, and communication is as well. And so if we can get these proposals, these folks to come together and kind of talk story and see, you know, where their strengths are, weaknesses are, and see how we can collaborate.
Mahalo for that. I think my position would be that I think it should be staff guided and staff directed. I think that that's our kuleana as staff to kind of ensure that we're doing that level of analysis, make sure that we're shepherding because they're not just applications or applicants, they're beneficiary organizations and associations as well. And so I do think the onus is on staff to create those spaces and to invite them in for those types of conversations.
Absolutely. Yeah. To facilitate that conversation, I think is going to be beneficial.
Mahalo.
Just to add to Commissioner Marfield's comment, I think we need to be clear on the next steps with the discussions with both associations, even if it's staff, but let them know this is the next absolute steps, right? So our next meeting on Hawaii Island is October?
I believe so.
Okay. So for me, I see that would be a good timing from now until then to have these discussions and hopefully be able maybe have for your information only in September, and then we can decision make in October. Now, I don't know if that's too quick or not, Chair, but maybe this is more for you and your guidance on this.
Well, we also might have to get into it.
Yeah, let me, there's a bigger picture here than just, this gateway to the Mauna. One of the things that is always been a challenge is when you have competing groups, and I don't view them as competing. I actually view them as contributing groups.
Yeah,
and it's a matter of how to do that that kind of approach, which doesn't alienate anybody, but rather redirects that energy forward. And so one of the people that we brought on that has a tremendous amount of expertise and And, I'll let him speak for himself. Maybe he can kind of give you a little resume of his background. But we recently picked up V. Lamb here. And I think he brings a lot to the table regarding staff expertise as well as dealing with this kind of situation. So, V, maybe you can talk about yourself first, introduce yourself, and then also what you came away with in trying to analyze the situation.
Thank you, Chair Watson. Hello, everyone. Hello, commissioners. My name is V. Lam, and for the last 14 years until early 2025, for 14 years, I worked with the U.S. Agency for International Development. I headed up their policy on promoting the rights of indigenous peoples. So I provided development support in terms of elevating the voices and the rights, protecting the rights of indigenous peoples globally within the framework of U.S. foreign operations. Chair Watson invited me to join the team about 3 months ago. And I was lucky enough to be able to sit in with the consultations that Lily hosted. Thank you, Lily. And some of Lily's recommendations resonated with me. So I did a little bit of research on the topics. And the question about the legality on how beneficiaries should be able to manage the land, particularly in terms of subleasing, it prompted me to look through the HHC Act. And within that, based on my understanding, is that it's clear that the HHC should be the responsible party for awarding licenses, particularly on roads, on land use. So that prompted me to see the beneficiaries' interest in a different light. Really two different issues. The first one is the legal management of the road, which is the income generation part, because of its connection to fee for access and all of that. And to me, it seems that the HHC should, and through the department, maintain control of that for leasing for pass-through fees, because that reflects the historic approaches of the federal government. The national parks maintain control of access to generate fees to support the parks. And also, according to tribal nations, presidents, they also control their own access into their land for things like the Grand Canyon West and Yosemite and other attractions. Outside of that, I do not see that the two organizations are competing. Kia Koia is very much toward tourism and supporting income generation, whereas Waimeanui is very much for cultural heritage protection. And unfortunately, both of their vision is significantly outside of the geography of which the HHL has control, because we are only looking at the first 5 miles of the road. But for tourism and particularly for cultural heritage protection, it really connects to the summit area. It connects to the science reserve itself, which my understanding would fall under the Mauna Kea Stewardship and Oversight Authority, and currently University of Hawaii. So if we do want to support our community beneficiaries' approaches, both of them, what we need to do is really to negotiate and build partnerships with UH, but definitely with the Mauna Kea Stewardship and Oversight Authority. So I think we have room there to first decide what we want to do about the road, which is really just land stewardship, legal land stewardship, and how to handle the fee generation aspect of it. And then for the broader community benefit, both in terms of supporting waitlisters, supporting homesteaders, and also cultural and historic preservation, that needs to be done in coordination with UH and also the Mauna Kea Authority.
Yeah, so, I did have a chance to talk to John DeFrias, who's kind of heading up that transition group that's going to eventually take over the control. The timing might be right in a sense that there are existing leases that have to be renegotiated and extended. And there's certain provisions that we could put in there to facilitate not only income generating generation for a more complete, holistic use of that area. Now, the reality is the lands that we have there are very marginal from a homesteading standpoint. There's very little water. It's more kind of a situation where we can, and our beneficiaries can kind of feed off of the tourism that's generated. I mean, huge number of people going up and down that particular road. But as V has mentioned, that's not necessarily in our control, the use of the area on top of the mountain as well as the facilities. Now, they are receptive to working with us and identifying an approach that not only incorporates the management and preservation and maintenance and what have you of not only the traffic, but also the facilities on both sides, as well as enhancement and expansion in the area of our areas that we have the control, which if we connect the two and coordinate it in a way that really generates and maximizes the revenue that we can then share for various uses, whether it's conservation, preservation, restoration of maybe some of the archaeological sites, and also income generation for our beneficiaries for whatever, whether it's homestead development or just business enterprise to generate revenue to support families as well as the communities. So there's a variety of things that are coming into play that I think if we can do it in a way that capitalizes on the energies and the focus of the various groups, including others, not just the two. There's more to it than just those two. So, we have to look at it holistically regarding other areas. We're also looking to generate water resources. We're looking at putting new homesteads. We're looking at the timber industry. We're looking at a lot of the things that Mike Hudson's group is doing. We also have, quite a few new homestead developments under 279. So there's a lot of things that we need to kind of consider. But as to the specific situation here, I think V really makes a good point in recognizing that it's not just a department. It's more than that. And I think the timing is right because I think it's a matter of having these meetings, having the meetings with these different groups, and then maybe having them focus. Because I did meet with one of the, actually both groups, and they all have great ideas. They're all doing good stuff or can do good stuff. Now, one has been a lot more successful. The other one has a lot of passion and desires, and they also have some really good ideas. So it's really a matter of maybe focusing them and directing their energies a certain way. They're not in a, conflicting or a confrontational approach, but more in helping the program as a whole move forward, including them as individuals as well as the community. So I think it's a little bit premature to even take action on anything other than collection of information and maybe taking a look at the legal side, because we do have a Supreme Court case that, actually puts the onus on us to consult with these beneficiaries and then come up with and listen to what they're saying, which again, these two groups are very important, but there's others. So I think that, it is very premature to really make any decisions or present any decisions for you folks to decide and make. So we're going to, staff-wise, continue to collect information, continue to meet with the different groups. And any of the commissioners that are interested in participating, let us know. We'd be more than happy to involve you folks. So, any comments or Commissioner Leaking?
Point well taken. You know, because we need to get this on right, because there's other places statewide. You look at the Green Sand Beach in Kau. I mean, there's probably 1 million people going down there to visit too.
That's another side.
You know, so
let's do it right. But I do agree with V that the department needs to maintain. Now, we maintain it by hiring and, you know, obviously locals to manage the toll booth, you know, do the tours, do the maintenance of the roads. There's all kind of work and opportunities that can be generated in workforce as well as economic activities. The lands that are there, I think putting together a master plan in developing it in a way that kind of caters to the tourists. You know, obviously, maybe a simple thing like a gas station or a 7-Eleven or whatever. You know, it's just, you know, it's reality check, and but it's also a lot of cultural sites up there. So we have to be very, very respectful and make sure we protect those too. So.
Yeah, Chair. For me, the clear thing to do is to communicate this to both associations. Keep close, continuous communication so everyone's aware, and not saying that we're not responsive, we're not getting back to them. Just clear communication.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? So I guess the next steps is we will continue to reach out, meet with, talk, and then maybe crank out some, you know, master plans, as well as identify archaeological sites and areas that need to be protected. And then more importantly, also work with the other group, Doug DeFries's group, as well as the University of Hawaii. Because we can't do it alone. We don't control the whole Mauna. So, okay. Anyway, any other questions? If not, thank you very much. Okay, we've come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for your patience and participation. Tonight's community meeting starts at 6:30 p.m. here in the same room. Tomorrow's agenda will start at 9:30 with public testimony, followed by items E8, C2, and the J agenda. Okay, mahalo for attending, and we are in recess.